Do you want me to do that?
So you can start recording, Mr. Murray. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I have 6:05. Could we have a roll call, please?
Kathy Patnode,
Here.
Dave Florio,
Here.
Luke Murray,
Here.
Donna Colonian,
Here.
James Pearson,
Present.
Present. Here.
Lori Andrews,
Here.
Sarah Mangiarelli.
Here. Great, thank you very much. And I'd like to start with a welcome to everyone out listening, our audience. I'd like to have a moment of silence as we consider the work before us this evening. Thank you. Moving on to the mission of Coventry Public Schools. Mr. Pearson, if you could do the honor and read our mission statement, please.
The mission of Coventry Public Schools is to inspire, support, and challenge all students in an inclusive community to be critical thinkers, effective communicators, reflective learners, responsible individuals, and global citizens.
Thank you very much. Moving on to approval of our minutes. They were in our packet. Our reference number 1. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the minutes of the meetings of July 9, 2020 and July 14, 2020, parentheses, the financial town meeting as presented / amended.
I second the motion. Any questions from the committee? Hearing none, I'd like a roll call, please.
Kathy Patnode,
Yes.
Dave Florio,
Yes.
Luke Murray,
Yes.
Donna Colonian,
Yes.
James Pearson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to personnel recall. Ms. Levis, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, this is something I'm going to ask to withdraw. We had offered a position to return to a teacher, and they had the right to refuse. So there's no need to vote on tabling it because we're just withdrawing the action. I spoke to Mr. Anderson about how to proceed.
All right, thank you so much. Moving on to agenda item number 4, which is the Coventry High School 2020 Advanced Placement Scores Presentation and Discussion. It was our reference number 3. I'm not sure who's going to start this.
So I'll just start, and I think
Mrs. Maycomber?
Miss Bowden and Mrs. Bowden, Mrs. Maycomber are going to. I just want to congratulate the high school. I mean, I think the conversation that we had prior to, especially the AP tests, a lot of concern about, starting off the year in person and then going to distance learning. And I think it really shows the value of the hard work, the relationships that our educators have built with their students that carried them through. I think we were all very impressed. So again, I want to congratulate the entire high school community, but I'd like to turn it back over to Donna and to Brooke.
So we put together just a quick slideshow just to give you all kind of the highlights of what happened on the AP test this year. Like Craig said, we are ecstatic with the scores of our kids, especially in 10 of the 14 subjects that we tested in. So Jim, if you could put up that first slide for us, please. Okay, go to the next one. So these are all the scores of all the tests that we gave. I mean, all of the percent passing scores, which is a 3 or better. As you probably already know, the highest you can get on the AP test is a 5. A 3, a 4, or a 5 is considered proficient or passing. So we did the percent of passing of our students that got a 3 or better. So you can see just by looking at this list, the numbers, they're really good. We had 10 of our programs with over 50% of our students passing. I added the number of students to the column so you could see how many kids took the test in each of the subjects. And you'll notice there are some with 2 students. We have tried over the last 4 or 5 years to try to increase the number of AP tests and how many students are taking AP tests, but we know that we can't offer the classes to every student just because some of the interests we don't have the numbers for. So we've started using Edgenuity more frequently, and these students do an independent study. Pretty much, I oversee them day to day, but then I take their work, we print their work, and I take it to the department, you know, if it's science or history, and the teachers actually grade the work for them. But these kids, the 2 that did environmental science and 2 that did the world history, pretty much did it on their own. So that's impressive on it in its own right. The world history, the 2 students that took the class both received 5s, the highest score you could get. And the environmental science, 1 girl passed and 1 girl got a 2. Didn't, but they did it on their own. So I wanted you to see the numbers of students taking the courses because I think that's important in addition to the percent of students that passed. And in calculus, in statistics, those scores have gone way up over the last few years. Psychology as well. In the next slide. These are the average scores, the mean scores, based on, again, what our students had, the number of students that took the test, the mean scores in all of Rhode Island, and then the mean scores for every student that took the test around the world. Again, our students in many areas scored well above Rhode Island and well above the rest of the world. And I think it's important to note that we were on distance learning and our teachers and our kids worked really hard and worked cohesive all the way through. And yeah, there were changes to the test. There was content that was taken off the test. It was a different, there were no multiple choice questions. It was more essay based, but our scores were still compared to all students in Rhode Island that took the test and all students all over the world that took the test. Everybody took the same test, the same amount of time, same day, the same time. So our kids are compared to everybody else with the same test. The next slide shows our 5-year, our school summary. You can see the number of tests. The students taking the test has gone up. This year it dipped a little bit. 2019, we had 164 students testing. This year, we had 147, but the number of exams have been consistently rising. And I'll say it again, it's been a district initiative. Craig and Lori said to us, you know, 3 or 4 years ago, we really want to improve the AP program. We want to increase the scores, increase the numbers specifically of students taking the test. And we're doing that. We're going up. And I calculated today, next year, we have 165 students registered to take 285 exams. So those numbers will continue to go up next year. Again, you can see the number of students that scored a 3 or better was 121 of our 147. And we had 82% of our students with a score of 3 or better for this year. And again, it goes up. So we're improving, little dips here and there, but for the most part, we're moving in the right direction. And that's our 5-year, and that comes right off of College Board's website. The next couple of slides, we just picked a few classes just to kind of make it more visual to see how our students are doing. Ours are the red lines, and we want to be, obviously, on the 1, 2, we want to be lower on those scores, and we want to move up to the 5s. And the black line is the global. I have these graphs for every subject, but we just picked a couple to highlight tonight. So you can see them, you can visually see how we did compared to the rest of the students around the world that took the test. So this is US history. You can see 41% higher than the world in AP test that's scoring 5s, 38 and 4. So we're trending in the right direction on that slide. On the next one, Jim. English Lit, same thing. We're ahead of the curve. We're below the curves on the 1 and 2. We're below the global mark, and then we come up, and then we're ahead as it comes out to the 5s. Same thing here. You can see on the bar graph, just a different visual of how we're doing compared to everybody else. So that's English Lit is the next one. Next one, Jim. Statistics. They blew it out of the water too. Mr. Brancho doing a great job. you can see his students are well above the world average score for passing. And the next one, Jim. And then calculus also had a huge rise this year. They did great, scored better than 60%, whereas the rest of the world was at 19 of the kids having fives, scoring 5. So those are just, I just wanted to do, I think one more, Jim, I think there is. Yeah, and this is biology also. So you can see just by looking at just these few scores or graphs that our kids are performing a lot better than everybody else. And that's really what we wanted to showcase tonight, just to see how we are doing, how our teachers are working, how our kids are working, especially given everything that we've gone through this year with online learning and in-person learning. The next slide, Jim. Basically, just to summarize everything for you, 10 of our 14 AP programs had a pass rate higher than state and global averages. Our average was a 3.47 out of 5. That's our weighted average. So if we took all the kids that took the tests in total and averaged that out, our average was a 3.47. And we had a 79% weighted pass rate. That's based on all the students who took the test. We have improved to a 67% weighted pass rate this year. In 2018-19, our weighted pass rate was 46%. Going back and looking, so we're up to 67 this year. And again, we're increasing the number of tests being taken every year. So I think those are all positives for our school and for our community, and more importantly, for our kids. Jim, the next one. Why have we been doing so well? Well, we think it's because we've had district support for this initiative. Like I said, when Craig and Lori came on, that was one of the first things I remember them saying to us. They wanted us to increase the AP. And we have, and it's working. We have an AP subcommittee as part of our school improvement team that has been working to help train teachers, help teachers work together, come with common ideas and things like that. So that's having an impact as well. Mrs. Maycomber also purchased the Albert program to support AP learning. The teachers said that has been a great help to them, assists them in the classroom and helps the students. And College Board also has increased their supports and their resources for teaching and learning, which we've been using more frequently now that they have more to offer. And what's next? Continued district support, training for our teachers, continue to encourage students to take the AP courses. Given the fact that our students have so many they can pick so many different pathways, and there's so many different directions that they can go with the high school, we just want to make sure that we keep pushing, also encouraging them to take AP courses in addition to the pathways that they're taking. We want to work with teachers to develop the curriculum and look at using programs like Albert and possibly some others to help assist our teachers and our students in the classroom, especially depending on what this year ends up looking like down the road. Mrs. Maycomber, I don't know if you have anything you want to add.
Well, out of the 14 programs, I know we have, we scored higher than the state and globally in 10 of them. Again, 2 of those were independent studies for the kids where they were online doing the majority of the work. So our teachers have completely bought into this. Almost all of them have been trained. There is another teacher that still needs to be trained, but they have done nothing but support one another. They worked together like crazy during the distance learning. It was so hard, but just having that support with each other. So that's been great. And this Albert program that we did purchase licenses for every student who took AP has been awesome. And when I met with the representative a couple weeks ago, she said that for first-year school, we had the highest amount of usage of any first-year school that they had. So our teachers loved it. They want to continue with it. I did put it in the budget for this year. And we even last year had purchased licenses for our juniors to do some SAT prep work on it as well, but we weren't able to see the results of that because we didn't see the SAT test. So we're going to continue with that, and hopefully we keep moving in the right direction. I think that's it, right, Donna? Do we
Yep.
have
I don't know if anybody has any questions for us.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna hand it over to our committee members if they have any questions. Mr. Pearson, I'll start with you.
No questions, just a comment of good work. It's nice to see everyone pull together. It's also nice to, it's beyond nice. I don't know if I can find the words. It's really exciting to see that in the distance learning situation we had with no planning, that we were still able to find success in something as rigorous as AP classes and AP testing. So congratulations to all the students who took the test. Thank you to all the teachers who helped them along the way to find their path. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mrs. Galunian?
I was really impressed by the numbers and everything. It was, that was really nice to see. And as I'll just reiterate what James said, you know, with everything being so up in the air this year, and to see that kind of dedication from our teachers, from our students, it really, really was heartwarming. So I commend everybody. You did a great job, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mrs. Galunian. Mr. Murray?
So I concur with my fellow members. Great job. It's great to see some great results. It just shows when you kind of put your mind to it with a laser focus and you have a goal at all levels, you can really achieve great things. Question at this point for Brooke or Donna: is there anything you need in resources to continue the success that the school committee, the district can afford you? You had mentioned you had purchased, I believe it was the Albert program, and that made a huge difference. Is there any sort of curriculum supports or anything that we can do as a district to support you?
I think just the continued support with that. We're going to continue with that, with the licenses for these students. And also, I have budgeted training for a couple of the teachers who hadn't been trained. Right now, we definitely have one who's going to be teaching who hasn't been trained. The training is so important because it's so different than teaching anything else. So really, that's it. And I think it's all about us trying to encourage kids to take it, because one of the things with the scores, you know, kids who score a 2 really benefit from an AP class as well, just the skills that they learn from taking it. So I think just everyone talking it up and, you know, just keep focusing on it together. But right now, I think we have the resources that we need. You know, at times, some of the class sizes tend to be really big. And I know when we look at numbers, sometimes we may have like, you know, 23, 24 kids in an AP class. That's a lot to carry in an advanced placement class. So possibly, you know, going down, you know, the road next year when we're looking at numbers, that could be additional support. But I think we're in a good place for it for next year. And I feel like the attention that we've gotten from the district and the support has helped so much.
And I want to thank the administration too for having that top-down vision for kind of expressing the goals and getting this moved forward, because it is important. I always say you never know what students are capable of unless you push them. And I know you've been pushing them to get engaged in the AP programs. And really, you know, even if they don't feel they're out of their comfort zone on taking the exam, I think they're better for it, even if they're not at the top level of some of the data we saw. I think they're going to accelerate the programs and really striving to do more. So if there's anything that we can do, I hope that you'll continue to brief us and reach out. And I think the best thing I can do as a committee member is put the good out there and publicize it, because we hear so much of the bad, and you know, really show the good things we're doing. So thank you very much for your effort.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Florio?
Thank you, Mrs. Chen. Thank you, Ms. Patno. I agree with all the statements. Brooke, this has been a silver lining of a dark year, of a dark 2020. These AP scores are absolutely phenomenal and helpful. And I agree with Luke. Whatever you need, we will be there. But I can remember going back to 2013, Mrs. Dixon really putting in the effort on this curriculum and the AP scores. And as a new member, I'm like, why is this so important? And then I started learning why it's so important and why it matters. And Craig and Laurie Andrews, they really, everybody from the administrators, superintendent, principal, teachers, you've all done a great job. And when I see scores like that for calculus, as a person who took 3 semesters of it in college, that is absolutely incredible. And
he's a first-year teacher this year. This is his first year teaching it, and he did that well. So that's awesome.
well, that's wonderful. Well, thank you, Brooke. You've done great things this year. And thank you for being an Oka. You take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Florio. Yes, my hat is off to all of you who have been successful in really increasing the number of students that are taking AP courses and the offerings that are being offered as well. It was a lot of work. It will continue to be a lot of work. And I think it's the best thing for our kids. I think it really does allow students who perhaps never really thought they could do an AP course to actually be encouraged to enroll and do well. And so that's what's really, really gratifying. And so just looking at scores, when I saw this yesterday and read through it, I was like, wow, I'm so proud of everyone. And I'm just keep up the good work, and I'm proud of our students and our faculty as well. And for the administration for pushing this. I know that Mrs. Andrews worked very long and hard with Mr. Levis and leadership from central office to kick this up a notch. And so the high school took it on, and I only have congratulations for all the people involved. So keep up the good work. And I look forward to seeing even more kids taking these courses, because it can only help them. Even if they don't pass, they're going to get a much better, more rigorous environment in their classrooms. So that piece is really gratifying. And again, the fact that we lost so much direct instruction this past semester, the fact that they still did exceptionally well is certainly an indication of the quality of our online teaching that was going on in this past spring. So again, thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you so much to all of our faculty for working so hard on this, and to our students as well for taking it seriously. So again, I don't know if anybody from the public wanted to comment or ask any questions. Mr. Murphy, do you see any hands raised?
There are none right now.
Okay. Well, I think we will move on to agenda item number 5, which is the resolution authorizing the superintendent to sign an agreement to pay Ocean State Transit. If Mr. Levis, did you want to start this?
Sure. So we believe it was the last school committee meeting. We presented to the school committee negotiations that we had worked out, Ms. Mangiarelli and myself, with Ocean State Transit. And we talked about the, I think it was the most favored nations clause, in terms of making sure that we got the best deal that we could get. And in the meantime, Mr. Anderson is drafting a document that includes that. He suggested, and I think it makes sense, that I come back before the school committee to memorialize this and bring it forward and ask for a resolution. So when that document, he just actually worked out an arrangement with Charahoe in Ocean State Transit, and we actually did better. I know some districts have paid upwards of 54%. We talked about We were clear all along. I know the discussion around savings. We were not sure what we would be able to, finalize 2020 so we can move forward into transportation. So we believe we have the lowest percentage that, from the other districts that he's worked with and that aware of. So that's what I'm asking tonight, again, to bring it forward to memorialize it with the school committee. And so we can, finalize that. I should have that document from him tomorrow or Monday, and we can move forward. I don't know if you have any questions, not to put Ms. Mandrelli on the spot, but she is our financial expert, and she's been back and forth with Ocean State Transit also, so.
Thank you, Mr. Levis. Mrs. Mangiarelli, did you have anything you wanted to add? Otherwise, I'll start asking the committee.
No, I don't think I have anything to add, but if there's questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Mr. Pearson, did you have any questions?
No questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Kalunian.
I have no questions either.
All right, thank you. Mr. Murray.
Mary, can you just for those 100 people chiming into this meeting, explain why we're spending this money? Like, what is the agreement? What is the premise?
Well, I think, a couple of things. One, when we entered contracts with certain vendors, they assume expenditures on our behalf, somewhat regardless of the activity that takes place. So I think all along, we had thought that there were certain expenses, such as the cost of the brand new buses that were purchased just for us, that it's something that we should look to pay. We didn't want to pay for services that we were not receiving, but recognizing that the company was still incurring costs on our behalf. We also have tried to work very hard to maintain that relationship with all of our vendors so that when things go back to normal, we will be starting off of a point of having good terms with them. And then the final piece, which has really been somewhat silent by the state, is that the federal CARES money that's come down, there is an expectation that we will do everything in our power to continue paying our employees and vendors in order to be eligible for that federal money. So the recommendation was to negotiate with your contractors and pay, what you see fit based on those negotiations. And I think we truly have done just that. Almost half of the cost of the bill that we're paying is specifically for the buses themselves. It's a brand new fleet. And then the balance is overhead costs for just general operations that continue to run. Insurances still have to be paid and all of that, whether they're actually driving the buses or not. So I think that the settlement and proposal that we have is fair, and it also puts us in a good working relationship with the company moving forward.
So just to summarize, we're paying the vendor to cover their fixed costs, the equipment we obligated, but we're still receiving savings from that vendor. We're not going to be, obviously not paying for services not provided, but we're trying to stabilize that vendor because we know we need transportation coming, correct?
Correct.
And we want to support them to stay solvent as well as we go through this crisis. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray and Mrs. Mangiarelli. Mr. Florio, did you have any questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. Ms. Mangiarelli, what is the savings of us paying the $260,000? Well,
So, yeah, we actually are going to go over that, I think, in the FY20, so I can pull up, when we get to the FY20 budget, I did send you some object codes that we can pull up the exact amount and I'll point that out where those savings are.
very good. Thank you, Mrs. Mangiarelli, and Ms. Patnode. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Florio. Is there, are we ready to move? Is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to authorize the superintendent to sign an agreement to pay Ocean State Transit LLC the final invoice of fiscal year 20 up to the amount of $260,134.12.
I second the motion.
And before I call for the vote, are there any folks in the audience that would like to ask a question or have a comment to make?
There is one. I'll bring them in now.
All right, thank you.
Brandy, please state your full name for the record and your address.
Hello, my name is Brandy Hart. I live at 95 Teakwood Drive West, and I'm just concerned about my kids getting to school safely and with everything disinfected. I'm just concerned at this point whether I should drive them or not.
So can I just suggest, Brandy, when we talk about the next item, the reopening plan, that'll be a good opportunity. That'll be a better opportunity, place to just ask that question.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. If there's no one else, Mr. Murphy?
That was it.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a roll call vote on the motion?
Kathy Patnode,
Yes.
David Florio,
Yes.
Luke Murray,
Yes.
Donna Colonian,
Yes.
James Pearson,
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to number
Mrs.
6.
Patnode, I hate to interrupt. There is one other member of the public that just raised their hand and mentioned in the chat they have a question.
Okay, you can bring him in.
Okay, Melanie, please state your name for the record and your address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. So I'm not sure if you got my name for the record. It's Melanie Tripp, and I live at 7 Clover Drive in Coventry. And my question is regarding if the kids, I was looking over the tentative proposal for Coventry, and I noticed that Tuesday and Thursday, it says half students A through L, and Wednesday and Friday, half students M through Z. And I was just wondering, where it says Wednesday through Friday, half students M through Z, could you tell me if that would be the distance learning for the last names M through Z, or if that would be at home, like distance learning?
Melanie, again, I think Mr. Levis was just about ready to tell you that we can discuss that in the next agenda item. The one that we were asking for comments was the motion to actually pay our transportation vendor.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry, I
the
must
next-
have missed that.
Okay.
That's okay. Hopefully when we get through with that presentation, either your question will be answered or you can ask again and we'll try to answer it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome, Melanie. Okay. So again, we're moving on to the presentation of the reopening of our planned draft. So
Did
Mr. Levis,
did we
would you like
take,
to-
Madam Chair, did we take a vote?
Yes, we
on
did.
the-
It
oh, we
passed
did,
5-0.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
All right. So I'm going to ask Mr. Murphy, if you don't mind putting the presentation on, and I'll encourage to whether or not I touch base with answer your questions tonight. Please feel free to ask questions at the end of the presentation. And don't forget, there's a raise your hand button. If you hit the participant, you'll see there's an opportunity to raise your hand and Mr. Murphy will call you. So what I'm going to do, I just want to, before we get started, I will answer a question about the buses because I don't want to make you wait. That the buses have very strict sanitation procedures they'll be using. And actually last year when this all started, they actually purchase the equipment to do the sanitation between runs. So there'll be strict procedures. And as planning continues, we'll be able to give more information on procedures, just like procedures in the schools. And Melanie, your question is, you were talking about the hybrid model. In the hybrid model, so if students come to school Tuesday and Thursday, then Wednesday and Friday, they would be on a distance learning plan. So I think that's it. And then other half of students in that model would go Wednesday, Friday, and Tuesday, Thursday. So is this the second slide, Mr. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to go through the process tonight. Most of the time when I'm talking about our reentry planning to whether it's administrators or, central office administrators or just individuals I run into, no one's really happy with my answer. So I would expect, and I'm not trying to be vague, I'm going to give you an answer and a lot of things I don't know. This is a process, an ongoing process. There's a lot of, I'm going to say controversy, lack of communication. And so I want to kind of frame how we've gone about this and our next steps. And I do want to let you know that next Thursday night, I plan on holding a community forum. That'll be a large-scale Zoom meeting where it'll just focus on the reentry planning, the best information we have. We still have a lot of planning that'll take place between tonight and next Thursday. And I will send that information out to the public and we'll post it on social media tomorrow. So I just do want to let you know that if your question or I don't have answers for you tonight, there'll be an opportunity for the community, and including our staff, all of our stakeholders, to attend a meeting that'll just focus on this. So I want to tell you about how we came about this plan. If you paid attention or heard anything or were involved with graduations in the state, you saw there was a lot of controversy around it. There were districts pitted against other districts. And that was just planning for graduation, a culminating event for our 2020 seniors. And we wanted to make sure as we move forward that we weren't pit against our colleagues. And so initially, there are two unions in the state, the National Education Association and the American Federation of Teachers. And obviously in the planning and in all the planning we do, including what you saw earlier when we do the AP, we don't have just a top-down model here. We involve all the stakeholders in the planning, and our teachers, they're the greatest resource we have. So we thought that if we worked with our union in terms of developing this plan and implementation, we would address a lot of concerns in the planning process and obviously get buy-in from our greatest resource. So there were 9 districts, superintendents, and the presidents of the AFT that formed a consortium to help drive this planning. We identified some non-negotiables, but the purpose of the consortium was to have some consistency in the planning. Again, we didn't want to run into that where we're pitted against one another, and that's been our experience sometimes working with different state agencies. The solidarity, having force in kind of numbers, we're getting some pushback right now. And it's important for us to have that solidarity working with our colleagues and the teachers across the state. Also to drive the planning process, we've been very clear through all of our public presentations and our working with the task force that this was a work in progress and we were going to bring information from the task force back to the consortium and bring some guiding principles from the consortium back to the task force. So we've been clear about that, and I think it's helped us in the planning. Flexibility for local nuances, that we recognize every district has its little nuances, whether it's based on a building or certain populations. So it allowed us flexibilities to address those individual needs. It wasn't just one size fits all. And then most importantly, and you're going to hear throughout this, is that it was driven and is going to be driven, and the final decision that I make as a superintendent, we make as a community, will be driven by student and staff safety first. There's a lot that goes into that. And so in the bottom, I just want you to highlight the districts that we partnered with. West Warwick, Warwick, Cranston, Johnston, Woonsocket, Pawtucket, Lincoln, North Providence, and obviously Coventry. And this is more than half of the students and the teachers in the state. So there's a significant amount of buy-in that we get through this process. Next slide, please. So again, we had over 56 individuals that were involved with the task force, parents, many community agencies like police and fire and human services, and agencies that provide therapeutic, social emotional. We had parents, I might have said that already, teachers, administrators. So we had a wide, and experts in the different areas. We broke it into 3 focus areas. And those focus areas were communication and leadership, instructional core and social emotional learning, in operations and resources. And this task force will reconvene. We've met individually, and as a large group, we also met in these 3 individual subcommittees. And we'll be meeting again. We're expecting feedback on our plan from the Department of Ed by July 28th, which is early next week. And so they're an advisory group that's given a lot of feedback. We have our nurses involved, which are helping develop policies. So we have a lot of different input into this plan, and I want to thank all the task force members for their time. Next slide, please. Before I proceed, just so you know, on our main webpage, coventryschools.net, there is a reentry planning link that has our document that we submitted. It has a schematic graphic of the 3 options we put forward, and it also has a letter from the superintendent. So at any point, feel free to look at those documents. So I want to talk about the planning that's going on that will continue to go on at the district level. So there's a lot of policy development that needs to be done. Policy is approved by the school committee. In our document, we discuss draft policies in many areas such as staff screening, student screening, visitor screening. We're going to look at other areas of policies in terms of, the building, entering the building. And this policy work will be brought back to our policy subcommittee and then have to be approved by the school committee. So it's a process that takes time. But we have many individuals working on that. The second bullet is securing funding resources. That's obviously budgeting. There are many variables that are going to interface whether or not a plan is doable. And when you look at our budget, at our reentry planning template, at the very end, you'll see links for the budget page. And there's significant costs for us getting back into our buildings. We believe that for those funds to materialize has to come from the federal government. Transportation, as it's been brought up, there's concern about just the number of students we can get on a bus. Obviously, the sanitation of a bus is something that we'll have a plan in place, that the bus company already has plans. And I can make them public. We can share those on our website. The number of buses that we need, there are limited, there's finite availability of buses in the state. The availability of drivers. There's always a shortage of drivers and monitors, but because of COVID and many being in a high risk, that'll be challenged. So everything I'm mentioning are not stop signs. They're not dead ends. They're just realistically barriers that we have to overcome in our planning. Staffing needs. 2 very simple staffing needs that we've identified are nurses. Based on this being a health crisis, we're going to need to add nurses to our buildings. If we have an individual that's identified as potentially being positive, that nurse will be taken, that'll take up their time. We have the rest of the building and the students and staff we need to provide services to. Another one is custodians. We've said this many times. We had 12 more custodians in our district probably about 10 years ago. And over the years, they've been cut. In our high school and our middle school, for the few morning hours, we have 1 custodian. 1 custodian for 1,100, 1 custodian for almost 1,500 students. So we need to add several custodians to each building and custodians actually to every building to ensure that we can implement the proper sanitation procedures for bathrooms, desks, common areas. So those are significant costs. Just those 2 costs potentially could be over $1.6 million. So again, we're going to need some federal funding to help support this. Securing PPE and sanitation supplies, that's also planning that's going at the district level. Our nurses have been very helpful in terms of looking at supplies. But we're also looking at where we're beginning to order this, but we also, based on our model, we're not sure. We're not even sure the requirements right now. Will students need to wear masks in a stable group? Those are decisions we still have to make. Will adults always have to wear a mask? So these are some of the questions that we still have to answer. Our food service, we're working with the district's food service management company, Sodexo, to look at how we will deliver food in a sanitized manner, in an efficient manner. You know, the days of going up in a food line are probably not going to be in our near future. So we're looking at models around grab and go. We're looking at opportunities for students to use an app to actually pre-order their meals, breakfast and lunch the night before. And so we have to look at, you know, we're working closely with Sodexo on that plan. Communication plan, as we know, communication is crucial, definitely for our organization, for most organizations. You know, what information do people know? When do they need to know it? How are we going to communicate that to them? So we're constantly looking at developing a more concrete, a more comprehensive communication plan to everybody about the process. Signage, we're going to need to identify signage throughout the building, reminding individuals about proper sanitation, hand washing, social distancing. We're going to need signage in front, in our entrances, to have people make sure they do a self-check around, you know, how are they feeling? Have they had any of these symptoms? There's all different types of signs that we're going to need to have throughout our property. That's going to be the responsible of the district. Professional development. We're going to have to make sure that all of our staff are trained in our policies, that our custodial staff are all trained in the proper recommended sanitation techniques. Continue to provide professional development in terms of distance learning. We believe that we'll always have, at least for the near future, we'll have a distance learning component for many reasons. Risk mitigation, it's ongoing, looking at, you know, they use this analogy about driving a car. I mean, the only way to ensure that you'll never have an accident is to stay out of cars, right? So over the years, look what's happened in cars. I mean, when I was a kid, you know, my parents just threw me in the back seat and, you know, I had my little cap gun or whatever, and that was it, bouncing all around. You know, today we have seat belts, you know, we have speed limits, you know, we have all these safety features in automobiles and all this training that didn't exist 30 years ago. Well, we're doing this day one. This is us, you know, we're all in this together. So we need to look at how do we continue to mitigate risk in terms of our schools, in terms of transportation, any interactions. And that's something that we have to come up with and be aware of as a central office. Ongoing scenario planning. We need to continue to look forward and move forward and look at all the potential scenarios that could take place. We talked today that we have a lot of staffing needs, but then is staff going to be available? One of our needs is we're going to need to provide, assuming we have lunches in our classrooms, we need to provide supervision because our teachers are going to need to have a lunch and have their time. So we have a potential plan that we might have to hire 40 supervisory assistants. But do they exist? Can we hire the staff? So we have to look at all these different scenarios and plan. It's very comprehensive. And we don't have a lot of time to do this. So every day planning takes place. Surveying families and staff, we're still disaggregating the data that we did for our initial survey. At some point, we'll probably be asking some more specific questions. We just sent out a transportation survey, which I know there's really no probably right way to do it. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are answering that based on, not based on what they plan on doing the first couple of months, but they may decide, well, we may need transportation 6 months down the road, so I'm gonna opt in. So we understand that, but we're trying to get as much information from our stakeholders as we can. And then, you know, focus instructional strategies to address potential learning loss. So however we start the beginning of the school year, we still need to be aware and recognize the fact that distance learning For some students, they did very well. You know, many families have told me that within their family of 2 children, one really did well and liked it. We just heard the presentation about AP, and I got to tell you, by talking to many of the AP teachers, they were not expecting these results. They were not expecting their students doing well, especially when some of them, I was in conversations, Zoom meetings, where I could see some of the students had just shut down. But, you know, we need to address any potential learning loss and make sure that our instructional strategies, whether we're in school fully or we're doing distance learning, recognize that, and you know, we need to continue to move our students forward. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. This is from the district level. Next slide, please. So now we're starting the real granular work, getting down to the fine details. And we had a meeting today with our principals, and you know, we have amazing staff in Coventry, and we have amazing principal leadership. And I heard that throughout distance learning from many parents giving praise to their principal in terms of, you know, questions they had or just the support. They want answers too, just like everybody wants answers. And today I did a lot of, I'm not sure yet, we don't know. Or I'd say, you know, I'm still waiting for information from the Department of Health or some guidance from the governor, or, you know, the funding, you know, where's the funding going to come from? This is the work that has to be done. And this isn't an exhaustive list. I'm sure there's 20, 30, 40 more areas that principals will need to focus on in their teachers. But this just gives you an example of the work that's going on now, and that'll continue for the next several weeks. Simple things like dropping off and picking up students, right? Sounds simple, but every building is configured differently. We can't be using 4 or 5 different entrances. We want to try to limit that. There's not going to be a lot of interaction during drop off or pickup. So there's a lot of planning that needs to take place. How does it work in terms of our buses and our students? Some of the suggestions were maybe we stagger time for parent drop off versus the bus drop off. So that's one issue, but that can be very comprehensive. Screening of staff, students, and visitors. And I put limited there because early on, we're going to try to limit as few of individuals entering our schools as possible. We realize we can have a lot of meetings virtually. Even if students need to be picked up by parents, we're going to do that in terms of delivering the student to the parent outdoors. And these are all protocols, procedures, maybe policies that we have to put together. Stable groupings. You hear that a lot, pods. So they're trying to configure, depending on the scenario, how do we create as stable a groupings as possible? Right now they're talking about, 30 students. And, we're looking at hopefully lower numbers than that. We can see that it's much easier to do that or configure that in an elementary setting, or maybe some specialized populations at the middle school and the high school. The middle school has teams, so we can try to configure around teams. But at the high school, we have very few just 9th grade classes, just 10th grade classes. So there's some real challenges to doing that. And yet our teachers, our principals, they're working hard at looking at these different scenarios. Movement throughout the building. We were in, and you might have seen on Channel 12, Walt Buteau came out to Hopkins Hill School the other day, and was with Jason Martin, our Director of Facilities, and Sarah Mandrielli, our Director of Finance. And this school was built in 1961. I think the hallways were like 7.5 feet wide. And so, our bathrooms are very small. And so looking at, this is talking about movement throughout the building, but the days of having students go, passing both ways, at least in the near future, are over. So we have to really configure how are students going to pass in the building? And then how do we communicate that to everybody? Do we need signage? What kind of professional development do we have to do with students, with parents, with our staff? Classroom design. We're in the process of removing everything out of our classroom but student desks. And that may look different. Obviously, kindergarten classroom needs materials and centers. Preschools will look different. But in most of our classrooms, we're trying to look at how can we, if we measured a classroom at Hopkins Hill, it was 754 square feet. So when you do the math and you're looking at 6 feet between students, it's very challenging. So we're in the process through next week, we're going to be doing a lot of, massive action around removing many of the materials out of our classrooms, so we can set up what these classrooms will look like. Sanitation procedures. Again, it's very hard. We have one custodian, during the day in most of our elementary schools. And think about the requirements if you've ever looked at the CDC requirements around sanitation. So we need to not only train our staff, make sure that we have the proper sanitation chemicals, materials we've ordered. We have actually electrostatic sprayers, which can completely sanitize an environment using special chemicals, and we'll have to train them how to utilize those. Every night when everybody's out of the building, the buildings will be completely sanitized. But in between, like high frequent surfaces or bathrooms, the state's suggesting, well, let's go to the bathroom as a classroom. But I've never been in an elementary school where, you may go to the bathroom and then 2 minutes later, 2 or 3 kids have to go, right? Use the facility. We're going to have to make sure that we're continuously cleaning those in between individuals going in. So there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of policy, procedures, training. Breakfast and lunch, I mentioned that a little bit earlier, but we need to now down to the granular. What's that going to look like at Hopkins Hill? What will that look like at Washington Oak? The scheduling. If we're to use that hybrid model that is one of our models, there's a lot that principals need to do in looking at, dividing the school up. We have to also make sure one of our components was we want to make sure that we know many families, students have different last names. So what we want to make sure is we keep them in the same cycle. So the child that has the oldest child, whatever their last name is, the other children in that family would go to school the same day if we use that model, so that there's somebody at home to watch the children. But there's a lot to this, and realize that, the governor's saying we're going to be back in school, we'd like to be back by August 31st. And we haven't received any feedback on our plan yet. Again, communication, what are the different nuances in every school that need to be communicated to the parents? I think our building principals and their staff do an excellent job communicating with our families and our students. You can just see how complex and how comprehensive and how necessary this is going to be moving forward. We have to communicate, God forbid, if somebody's identified as being positive in a building, staff or student, not only do we have to deal with that situation, protect the rest of the student body and the staff, but we need to also communicate that. We're legally responsible to communicate information. So we need to have these systems in place. They're going to be responsible of implementation of the policies that we put together through the policy subcommittee, such as screening. If a student or a staff person is ill, what is the procedure for them to come back to work? And how do we handle that? How do we document? All those things need to be thought of and addressed. Nurses are working on something around contact tracing, which I know can be controversial in the state, but if we have a student or staff, we can look at schedules, but we need to make sure we know who they came in contact with, so we can truly do our best to mitigate this outbreak. And then obviously the academic, social, and emotional needs of all students. The responsibility any given day for an administrator is incredible. We're dealing with the most precious asset in your life. And think about this now, it's just grown exponentially. Next slide, please. So next Thursday night, we will have this community forum where I will go in as much detail as I can in the 3 different scenarios. But it's really going to be an opportunity for individuals to ask questions. And again, you can ask those questions tonight. I may have more information. I do have a meeting with the governor and with the Commissioner of Education next Wednesday. It's just superintendents. So I'm hoping to get some clarification. I think the governor, and this is my own personal opinion, I think she's done a great job. I wouldn't want to be in her shoes handling this, but lately, you probably get information about what's going to happen the same time that I do. And I feel that we need to be communicating more effectively with our state agencies. It's really hard to respond to public questions when I'm hearing something the same time you're hearing it, and you may think that we have advance notice. We don't. The only reason we adopted a state calendar, and I saw the official version of the state calendar the same time that it was shared with the public. But the reason I had a copy of it that I could share with the school committee prior was because the unions had received a copy of it. So we need to have better communication so that we can all be on the same page. So that community forum will be on the July 30th. Once we get the RIDE feedback, and I'll be tentatively setting up a meeting next week with the task force, but their great advisory capacity in terms of, we have perspective from a special education parent, from a parent that has young children, a high school parent. So we have all different types of, and I need to reiterate too, that over 50% of our staff live in Coventry. And so when I'm having conversations with individuals or presentations, it impacts them in many ways, not only as an employee of the Coventry Public Schools, but also as a resident, as a parent. And I think that's important for individuals to know, because many of those individuals are involved in the planning of this. It not only impacts them as an employee, it impacts them as a citizen, as a parent. So again, we continue to analyze data, survey data. We will be asking, at some point, I'll be asking surveys more specific about, individuals who do not plan on sending their children back to school. I've said all along that we will address that. We will meet individual needs. I don't have a plan yet. We're working on, what will distance learning be like? We also know that we have staff that are concerned. My thinking is, and whether you agree with me or not, but until I can have an answer, I'm not going to survey individuals. I haven't surveyed staff because I don't know how we're going to handle those situations. Some of it's from a legal perspective. I work with the unions in our district very, very closely. So I am aware of the concerns, and I want to address and meet everybody's needs the best that we can. And so that's the process. As we get more information, we will share it. We're going to continue to work on creating district level and building level plans. And as soon as those plans evolve, we posted them. The governor, I guess, and the commissioner, or, I don't want to misquote. I didn't hear the press conference. I got bits and pieces, but we've tried to be as transparent as we can be through this process. And we said, as soon as we had a plan, we were going to submit it to the Department of Ed, even though we're calling it a draft because it's still a process, work in progress. We wanted to post it for the public and share it with the public. I think now we're getting feedback that they wish we hadn't done that, but I feel good that we did that, that we've shared it with the public. These are potential options. And I've said all along, we could have a plan August 28th and August 29th, that plan changes drastically. You saw how it happened, Friday the 13th. And while people had rumors and heard things, Friday the 13th, we had a meeting noon, 1 o'clock with the governor. And then the next week, it was a vacation week and we haven't been back in school since. So, we have to understand that we need to be very flexible moving forward. Is there another slide, Jim? All right.
Nope, that's the last one.
Okay. So just to go back before, I open up questions for the school committee and also the general public. We have 3 potential plans, right? So that we've submitted 3 potential plans. And if you go into our website and look at that schematic or the scenario graphic, it talks about distance learning and there's some notations. I believe that at least probably for this year, that we will have a distance learning component. And I'm not encouraging people to take it. I'm not persuading people not to inquire about it when that time comes. But I do recognize the concerns. I do recognize, there's so much information out there. I do recognize that we have individual students that have immune deficiencies, that have other health concerns. I always tell people I may be superintendent, but what really defines me, I hope, as an individual is that I'm a parent first. And, I'm not going to threaten a family with truancy or force individuals to go into homeschooling. While we have incredible homeschooling parents in our community, and two organizations that do that, there's a lot of work. I want to make sure this community knows that we are going to work with them no matter what their concerns. And I want to alleviate that fear. We don't know what that's going to look like yet. We may partner with another district. We may have plenty of staff that could do that, but because of certification, we can't really legally meet the need. So, but we will have a plan. We'll be working on that plan. We are working on that plan. So I want to alleviate that. But that's the distance learning component also could kick in at any point. If we start off 100% on August 31st, but then things spike and hospitalizations start to increase, there's nothing that precludes the governor at some point to say we're going to shut down. You know, I don't know if many of you remember last summer in July, we had a visitor. We have a sister school in New Zealand, and it's the Selwyn School District. And a principal or headmaster from that school came, his name was James Morris. And so James and I have been in communication during this. They had shut down completely. Now, granted, New Zealand is like a large state. Maybe it's the size of Texas. I don't know. I'm taking a guess here, but I know it's like a large state. They had shut down, and their country, according to James, the decisions were driven by science, right? They felt that politics, you know, and I'm not going to get into the political component, but they have zero for a week now or 2 weeks. They've had 0 cases, and they're fully back. They started back with some social distancing. They started back even with athletics. Some athletics were able to start, others weren't. Right now, they're back, you know, still obviously sanitation procedures haven't changed, hand washing. They do social distancing when, but there's no incident. And there's a lot of, the fear isn't there because people have seen how it's been handled, the decisions that were made, how they brought students back, but they shut down everything. And so, you know, it shows me that there's an opportunity for us to get there. But we're going to make the decisions. Just want you to know that, you know, we're going to make the best decision we can based on student safety, based on staff safety, based on the availability of resources. Our buildings are old. There's no a way around it. Our newest building was built, in 2002, 2003. And if you go into Washington Oak versus the elementary schools, you see a major difference. There's very little storage in most of our buildings because they weren't designed back when storage. They were designed more when students had their books and went to class. So we're going to take all this into consideration as we make our plan. The middle plan is a hybrid model, and that hybrid model has all students coming back to school. And again, we have to work out the details, but we're looking at specialized populations, students that have significant disabilities that may be in a specialized grouping where we can provide a stable pod at all levels. Our transition classrooms, our life skills programs, we have like SCORE and STRIVE programs. They're students that might have some social and emotional needs, but we can kind of keep them in a smaller group. Plus our pre-K and our kindergarten, our plan would be to get those students in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Because of the way the state calendar is, we have 8 Mondays that are professional development days. They will count. We also have many Monday holidays. We've decided that on Mondays would be a virtual learning day for all students and would allow us to do a lot of different things in terms of thorough cleaning of buildings, more professional development for our staff, more assessment work in terms of making sure we're closing those gaps, identifying those gaps. The Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday, Friday model is for the rest of the population. We're going to look at a split. So maybe A through L, M through Z, and A through L students may go to school Tuesday and Thursday. Wednesday and Friday for them would be virtual learning. M through Z would go to school Wednesday and Friday. Tuesday and Thursday would be virtual learning. But we also recognize that our teachers would be teaching every single day. So we need to look at how can we provide additional support to those students during virtual learning, figure out how the staff. One of the tenets that's very important for us, we had a lengthy conversation today as an administrative team, is looking at our students with disabilities. We need to make sure that we address their needs, that we find creative ways of addressing their needs, whether it's getting them in school more often, whether it's providing additional supports, So I need to be clear that that is a priority for us when we talk about meeting all students' needs. We know that if we don't address those needs, that the gaps can widen even further. So these are all areas that we're focused on. And then the last model, obviously, is everybody comes back to school with, you know, social distancing, best as possible, sanitation procedures. But we assume that'll happen when there's such low incidence. And I know there's a lot of information out there about the best place for students to be is in school no matter what. I've heard different conversations. And again, we're going to follow the best scientific guidance. I heard the governor say that. I heard the Department of Health, Dr. Alexander Scott say that. I heard the Commissioner of Education say that. But I just want to guarantee you that we're going to make sure that we make the best decision based on safety. In those variables, if you look at the full implementation plan, and then you look at our budget, there's a lot of resources that we need. And, you know, our buildings are in a state of disrepair. We are in the process. We did have a necessity for school construction stage 1 approved. We just had a meeting prior to this, looking at stage 2. You know, our district is still eligible for 44% reimbursement, and with certain incentives, it could be well over 50%. And the age of our buildings has become a glaring issue. We have significant issues. We know that around ventilation systems. We're working to rectify, but we also know, and I've said this publicly, our middle school was 3 different buildings put together. And we know that every year at this time, we have issues around humidity and moisture. And, you know, we're actually just purchasing ourselves instead of just renting. We're purchasing these industrial dehumidifiers. But we need to rectify these situations moving forward, you know. And we know that it's a tough budget season. But, you know, I've got to say, in my short time here, every year has been a tough budget season. We need to, you know, really work with the community moving forward to figure this out once and for all. And there's no better time than the present, because we see how great an impact the quality of our, the condition of our buildings have on our ability to make sure that, you know, we can provide the best, safest environment possible. So there's a lot that's going to continue to take place. Again, I'm hoping next Thursday I have more information, but again, I wanted to give you kind of an overview. Again, you know, maybe not a 30,000 foot lens, but now we're coming down maybe like 10,000 feet. But honestly, as a parent, I wouldn't be satisfied, and I'm not satisfied until we get down to that very granular at the building level, at the classroom level, which we will get to. You know, it'll probably take us a couple of weeks to get to really get beneath the surface of that. We're hoping that, you know, the governor's saying, you know, mid-August, making some type of decision. We're hoping that we can influence that decision. I'm hoping that people can come into our buildings and, again, look at what we're up against. Not saying that we can't overcome, but it's going to take an influx of resources. And it's more than just a one-time rainy day, you know, fund from the town. I appreciate them willing to do that, and I'm sure we'll take them up on that offer, but it's going to take more than that. So, you know, this is an opportunity for us to really be transformational. Like I said, we're not trying to go backwards to where we were. We've seen that, you know, there's a lot of benefits moving forward just using Zoom meetings. You know, think about all the meetings we can have with parents instead of having to inconvenience you, get you out of work or taking a day off. We can now utilize some new technology, or technology's been around, to make things more efficient, more effective. So there's a lot of areas where we can improve on and will improve on. So I've rambled on enough. You know, Ms. Patton, I'll turn it back to you and then to the public, and answer any questions that I can, the best that I can.
Thank you, Mr. Levis. Mr. Pearson, did you have any questions for the superintendent?
There's a lot there. It might be premature for too many questions. It's good to see that this work is happening. It's daunting task based on some of the conditions that you outlined with communications with the state and, you know, us as a district and as a state, not really getting a solid answer as to which plan we need to choose until they said August 17th, I think was the latest. W- Part of the understanding that's going to be required for this is we need at some point before we do it, preferably to understand financial impact statement for all these areas. I know that's a with everything else going on, that's just another task we have to put on our finance director's lap. But it is going to be important to know what kind of expenses we're looking at do this work to make sure that we're opening safely and reasonably. I guess that's all I have to say for now. There's a lot there to digest. So thank you for giving that information.
Yeah, thank you. And you brought up an excellent point with the finances. We know this is not an exhaustive list, but we would be remiss in if we didn't lay out what we believe we need now to have the safest entry possible. So there's many things there that we'll have to go out to bid for or go on the state bid list. So, but we want the community, the school committee, the council, we want our families to understand that this is a heavy lift. We're going to do what we need to do. There's no ifs or buts, but we definitely, and I think it's loud and clear, we definitely need an influx of funding from the federal government. And I believe nationally that schools across the country believe that. So this isn't just Sarah Mangiarelli or Craig Levis coming out, on a limb. So those are excellent points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson and Mr. Levis. Mrs. Colonian, any comment, questions?
I got a few things to say. I know that going and putting this together, I understand it with all the uncertainty and everything else. It was like, and you got it all together and you got it submitted, and that was great. And I'm just going to bring up the news piece last night. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, no, I can.
The news piece last night, because Sarah was trying to talk, and he basically, what they did was they kind of like cut her off and said, the state's giving them $700 and something thousand, and it's going to cost them X amount, So they made it sound like, oh, it's only going to be, a couple of $100,000 over what the state gave us. And they don't realize that we're not getting anything else. So I thought that was a little,
Yeah, and just, we shared with Walt Buteau, who I thought is an excellent reporter. But we shared with him the entry planning template. So he had access to the budget and all that information. And they also said, made reference to that we had purchased things where we hadn't. We said best case scenario, many of our nurses' offices are cubbyholes. And there's no way we can create these negative pressure, safe areas where we can isolate, years ago, and I, go to pediatric offices, have a well waiting room, a sick waiting room, and, not everybody had that, right? So, but like I said, and when we get into the budget piece, I think Sarah's done some excellent charts that'll talk about just what that $700,000 gets us, including savings that we potentially have this year, and not knowing the uncertainty with the town budget. So I think she really lays that out in our next, I think one of our next agenda items.
Well, I've got to give you guys a lot of credit, because I know it's frustrating. They're not really giving a lot of answers. They're not giving a lot of answers to the schools. They're not giving a lot of answers to the parents. And it is frustrating because, if I was waiting to find out if my child was going to go to school or not, I'd be frustrated. So I can't imagine how these parents are feeling. And, and that goes the same if my job was on the line and I had to, I didn't know what I was going to do, if I was going to work from home or if I was going to go in the office. So I just want to say, I got to give you guys a lot of credit. I mean, I was reading through some of it, and I'll tell you, James is right. There's a lot to digest there. And it's going to take more than just a couple of readings to really, focus. But I just want to thank you guys.
Thank you, Mrs. Colonian. Mr. Murray.
Thank you. I have a million questions. I think I share Member Pearson's sort of thoughts that it's kind of premature a little bit to be asking a lot of them, because I have a lot as a parent. I'm sure, I'll be interested to see what the community has to say. I did read through the plan. I know it's very broad at this point. I know it's necessarily broad. And I think that's generating a lot of questions. People want to be at that granular level. And me as a parent, I want to be at that level. But I'm trying to be patient, and I'm sure many of us are trying to be patient as you roll out this information. I know the team is working really hard. Some of the things you mentioned about buildings, that's a question that comes up, ventilation. And I'll take the opportunity to say that we are reconvening as a building committee and looking at the buildings long-term, but we are going to have a lot of short-term needs that have substantial cost, and we haven't funded enough to receive the housing aid through this budget. So that presents a whole nother challenge that we're going to have to deal with. But yeah, I guess all I can say is I appreciate the effort you're putting in. I know the administration, this is a formidable task. We don't have a lot of time to do this. We have another month. And, I know that you're going to roll out some of the granular details as we go. And I appreciate, Superintendent Levis, that you're having that meeting next week with the public. I urge people to tune in on the 30th, because I know by that point we'll have some more details, and I know I'll be tuning in. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Florio. You have to unmute, Mr. Florio. Mr. Florio, unmute
Hold on.
yourself.
Here we go. Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Mr. Pearson's right on the money. There are so many questions on this. However, I'm not going to ask questions on it right now. I admire the fact that 56 people were able to come up with a solution, a possible solution to what's going to happen. Mr. Levis, you thought of every detail. From what I can tell, you and the committee thought of every detail. I do have one suggestion, and it was suggested to me by a parent, that maybe before August 31st or on August 31st, you have the children go to school and look at their new classrooms, and look at what they're going to be in for with the new learning process. Meet their teacher and just get acclimated to whatever changes are put forward. Just so they're not overwhelmed on the first day with all these changes. Particularly, and I'm not talking about the high school kids, but I am talking about elementary school kids and possibly the middle school children as well.
Dave, that came up. I'm sorry, that came up during. That's a good point. It came up during our task force, but what we talked about was actually videotaping, sending home scenarios. I think and I don't want to misquote, but I think it was Mrs. Levine that actually had brought up about videotaping, what it looks like if we have new procedures in terms of how we're going to walk the hallway. So as much information as we could, if we could put it together in terms of some videos and send those home, so that students would be familiar before they got into school. And obviously, coming into school will really depend on where we're at August, the week before August 31st, but that's a good idea that was brought up on our task force.
Very good. Well, Mr. Levis, you're a good listener, and you have a good team there, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Finally, I just want to thank everyone that's working on this plan. I concur with my committee members that it's a very complicated and complex reopening plan. It's not going to be easy, and it's going to cost some money. And I know what I do know. I have complete faith that we will keep both our children and our staff safe. So I guess that's all I really have to say. I will be interested in seeing what the granular building plans will look like. I know some of them will be very similar. I concur that it's a very noble idea that all of our students will be back on 31st. Do I believe that that's going to happen? No. I do think it will end up being a hybrid plan. I just don't think we have the facilities in our building to have every classroom occupied with kids. We don't have the transportation to do that, and we're not going to get it. Even if we had a lot of money, I think it would be difficult for us to actually get enough buses in place to actually transport our kids. Excuse me. So I'm going to leave it at that. I see there's maybe 4 hands up. Mr. Murphy, did you want to bring anybody in for questions?
Yes. Okay, Renee Smith, you're on. Just say your full name for the record and your address, please.
Hi, yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Renee Smith, 3 Wildflower Drive. So this is very overwhelming as a parent. I can't imagine how it's going to be for my kids. I'm going to try not to get too granular. I've got 2 questions and I think a comment. So one is, if you have any idea what distance learning would look like if we did it. First, I have to say that I respect that it was thrown on everybody last minute, and I think the teachers and staff did the best they could, and they did a good job for those few months for the last part of school. However, I don't think it's sustainable to continue in the way that we were doing. So to put out a large amount of here's videos to watch, here's some other things to do, some math games and things like that. Mm-hmm. I feel like if we were to do distance learning, there's got to be some sort of a Zoom or face-to-face meeting. I mean, my son had one. He's in special ed too, so he had one Zoom meeting a week. One Zoom meeting a day with for an hour with his regular class, and then with the special class that he was in, I think he had one a week. So that's my first question. My second question is if there's been any discussion about that survey that you had mentioned, where you're going to ask if the family decides or not to go full distance learning or in the classroom. First, I don't think we can make that decision until we have every single detail laid out to us. Mm-hmm. And second, have you thought of the ability for a parent to pull back? So if I said, okay, let's distance learn for the first 2 to 3 months, and then as we really start getting into the flu season, start in person for the first 3 months, and then if, as the flu season starts, pulling back a little bit, if that's not already done in the state. Is that something you've thought of?
So let me start backwards, and then I'm probably going to ask Don Cowart, our Director of Curriculum Instruction Assessment, to answer the distance learning, because I think there's a lot of thought in acknowledging your concerns or your experience, and moving forward, we're taking that into consideration. So in terms of the whole virtual learning, distance learning component, I agree with the survey. I think that's why I'm holding off on it. There are many people that want me to do it now. And I'm comfortable saying no, because I don't have an answer. And I want you to make the best decision that you can make. Like, we want to make the best decision we can make that's educated, that's informed. And I don't believe that would happen now. I believe those decisions would be based on just emotion. And that's my thinking. So yeah. I agree with you. In terms of we're in new territory now. We're in completely moving forward. I have no idea. We can look at lessons learned in different countries. Actually, Mr. Cowart shared an article with me today that had to do with a teacher's experience in the Midwest in a private school that actually continued early in May. And their experience during this, and it ended up shutting down this one school, but it was a teacher's staff experience implementing a lot of things that we're going to have to implement. So my feeling is that we're going to work with parents and families, and you're not alone in these concerns. We have many staff employees that are parents and have some of the same concerns. So we're going to address that. I don't know how we'll address that, in terms of our staffing, to be completely honest. That's why I'm looking at partnering. I reached out to one of the superintendents today and said, if we have a distance learning academy, could we partner with one or two other districts so we make sure we have the staffing that we need, So those are the first two that I plan on as long as I'm superintendent and I plan on being here for a little while longer, that I want to make sure that we're supporting the families through this and working together. And so I hope that, you wouldn't be the only one wanting to make those decisions. And, and the state may decide at some point just to shut down again. We'd all have to go back. So your first question, I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Cowart, if you don't mind, Don.
Yeah, no problem. I agree with Mrs. Smith's assessment regarding distance learning. I think we pulled together a plan very quickly. We made some adjustments, subtle adjustments along the way that we could make without completely overwhelming and turning families upside down. But we also identified things that we would do differently if we were to start distance learning again. And we talked about those things often in administrative meetings. And we started keeping a list of things that we wanted to address and things that we learned from our experiences. One big one that you bring up is one of the first ones we identified is opportunities for face-to-face time with teachers and students and students and students. Expectations around how often you meet and when you meet, what purpose are you meeting for, and try to provide opportunities for human interaction, because sometimes in our observations there were lots of activities and it almost felt like a checklist of tasks and not enough engagement and interaction. And we saw those that same feedback on the surveys that we gave to parents and teachers. Teachers and parents both identified that as being something that they would like to see improved. And so, and we're also learning from distance learning experiences outside of our community. What happened in other states, what happened around, the globe. There are lots of things that people are reflecting on that we're looking at, which kind of dovetailed into us drafting a distance learning policy. And I don't know if any other community has started this work yet, but we have been working on drafting a policy because we want to be clear with expectations. We want to be clear with what we think are the most important components so that all stakeholders, kids, parents, teachers, educators of every shape and form know what distance learning should look like in our community. I hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, that helps. Thank you. It makes things a little clearer. I said I had one more comment. So one thing I want to mention, I know that Mr. Levis mentioned during his presentation or shortly after about some of the special programs that are in the Coventry community. And I know that some of those programs, the way that they're meant to be, and in one particular it works well, is that, the child is in a regular ed classroom most of the time. And if needed, they move along to the special ed classroom if they're having a difficult time or overwhelmed or so forth. So I just wanted to mention that environment doesn't really allow for the specific pods. And I know that's things that have been going around a lot of Facebook groups and a lot of different people concerned about that, because you're going to have children that need breaks, that need to walk through the hall and use different services and go from place to place.
Yeah. So I just want to say that we are aware of that, and we're going to do, it's going to take a lot of planning, and like you said, it's on an individual basis too. And I think that was the purpose. We had a meeting this morning just on that with our administrators, all of our administrators, to recognize that. Again, this is, the original distance learning was kind of thrown at us. We continue to, to revise throughout, but this is a little different moving forward. And I just want you to know that students with disabilities are making sure that we address those needs the best way possible is a priority. And we've started talking about that, and that'll drill down to the granular, down to every school. How do we address those needs in that environment? So I just want to let you know that we are aware of that, and we are discussing and going to plan for that. Best
Okay.
that we.
All right. Thank you for answering my questions, and I can't wait to read the multi-page, very granular data regarding how we're going to operate. So thank you.
Thanks, Renee.
Okay, Brandy, you are next. If you could state your full name and your address for the record, please.
So it's Brandy Hart, 95 Teakwood Drive West, Coventry, obviously. My concern is that I have a child that distance learning did not work so well. It was a very much struggle day in and day out. And obviously I'm hoping he goes back to school safely. But if he does not, will I get extra help if we're here in the dining room table trying to teach him and he's obstinate and does not want to do it? I don't want him to fall behind. That's my biggest concern.
Yeah, so I think, I have always encouraged, and through our whole distance learning, we encouraged to make sure that people would reach out. Again, it's a different situation. We couldn't physically go into somebody's home. Though we had our SROs, we utilized them in some cases where we hadn't heard from students, and they would actually go, and they were phenomenal. They'd go with a social worker. I saw, several times. So, but we will also rely on this partnership to please reach out to individuals. I've had parents, less than 5. I had less than 5 emails, I can tell you. But I did have a couple of parents reach out to me and say, they hadn't heard, they weren't. And I reached right out, immediately to an administrator, and, the situation was clarified. So we're going to rely on, if we're back in that situation or at any time, to please reach out to your teachers, to your administrators. And yeah, we need to do our part to make sure we're supporting you.
Craig, I have to say, his teacher was fantastic. It had nothing to do with his teacher. It was just the environment that he was in. I have a 4-year-old son that I had to try to keep up with, and teaching him at the dining room table. Right. It was a nightmare. And,
yeah, so I mean, I think it's an ongoing conversation. I appreciate you saying that, Brandy. But it's an ongoing conversation. We try something, it doesn't work, we try something else. We should never say that this is all we can do, or we should never say that, this is all we have. We need to continue. So, I mean, and take me up on that, right? I encourage everybody, when the situation happens, to please continue to reach out and let us support you. And you're right, sometimes we try a lot of different strategies and nothing works, but we continue to problem solve and brainstorm,
Agreed. Thank you.
So, thank you, Brandy.
Okay, Jennifer, you are next. Please state your full name for the record and your address, please.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jennifer Matter. I am at 127 Reservoir Road. You able to hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. One of my first questions is about metrics of staging for reopening. One of my questions is, how is it being determined between the difference in minimum/light spread versus the light, or is it minimum versus light/minor spread? Is that something that's being determined at a state level as far as how each community is? And if so, do we know what stage we're at now?
No, that first of all, that none of us here are scientists. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe they are scientists, but in terms of, I'm not making a decision. We're allowing the experts, the scientists that are going to guide us and make the decision, which, we've been told is the CDC and the Department of Health. So that is a metrics that's used at, outside of the school environment. It's done at the state level. And I know they look at every community, they look at the numbers, the population. And I can't tell you, my understanding is in the state, it's still under 2%. I don't know what it is exactly in Coventry, but I know compared to other states that are 8 to 15%, I believe, like Florida or certain counties like Miami. But I don't know, that decision would be made at the state level. I can tell you that's not a decision that we're going to make.
Okay, great. I thought so. I just wanted to clarify it. The other questions I had were regarding distance learning. I'd read through the plans that you, Superintendent Levis, have put out and mentioned on the video that you don't intend to force anybody to go back to school and that distance learning would be an option. That is the case, that distance learning will always be an option for students to partake in? If they decide.
I believe that this year that it'll be an option, yes.
Okay.
So I can state that because I don't know, yes.
Okay, great. I've got a middle schooler who wants to partake in distance learning and an elementary school student with an IEP that did terribly and needs the in-person instruction. So we're kind of on the 50-50 fence here. So my other question leads with the opt-in, opt-out type of language used on the survey for the transportation. And I just wanted to clarify, is that just an information gathering survey, or was that in fact some kind of an election of an opt-in, opt-out that kind of locks us into that decision?
I mean, no, obviously nothing's going to lock you in, but we're trying to figure out. So legally we have to transport. We're trying to work within the confines, the policies that we have to see, is it doable? Warwick basically just said, we're not going to provide transportation. We're going to move the walking zones to like 3.5 miles. I don't want to do that. I don't think it's equitable. I think that this committees prior have determined what's a reasonable amount in terms of a walking distance. And I think once we start expanding that, it isn't equitable. We have families that don't have access to transportation. And do we really want to do carpooling? Even though that's one of the recommendations we received from some, I don't want to say who, but we did receive that in terms of our planning to encourage carpooling. It doesn't make sense if you're trying to keep stable groups. And now you're getting neighborhood kids together and then dispersing. And again, I'm not a scientist, but so we're trying to figure out, can we safely transport individuals, the number of individuals that we're responsible to transport? Because we know that there's some families that are saying, yeah, I'd like my son, obviously, or daughter, in a perfect world, to take the bus, but I'm willing to transport them, drop them off, pick them up every day for a lot of reasons, right? So we're just we weren't trying to play games. We're trying to get the best information we can. And I recognize that maybe if I was a parent and I know I'm not going to transport my son or daughter for the first 3 months, I mean, I'm not going to put them on a bus, but just so I can make sure I have availability of transportation, I might opt in. So we recognize that, but we wanted to get some idea of what our numbers will look like. And, in a preliminary survey, I mean, just scanning of the data, it looks like about 60% of the respondents said they would use transportation. Because at the end of the day, again, this is something we have to overcome and figure out, but we're limited in terms of the number of buses we have. We've been told by our vendor and, nationally, they don't exist. It's not like if we decide, and I forgot the number of buses we figured, at some point could come up with a number, but they don't exist. We're not even sure we're going to have the drivers and the monitors for the buses we have. That's what we've been told. It could be challenging. So it was our best way of trying to get an idea of who is going to use transportation and who is going to transport their children. So.
Thank you for that answer. That's what I expected. I had anticipated that it was mostly just a needs assessment. It was the language that I noticed on social media. A lot of people had gotten a little concerned that it was kind of contract where they were opting in or opting out and afraid to vote that they would not use the transportation for fear that they couldn't then go and change it. And I am a scientist, so my thought was that it was just information gathering. I appreciate your clarification. My last point is simply just actually a comment. Not sure if it's a ludicrous suggestion, or if anybody else might be interested in participating. But is there a possibility that we could reach out to the community for any kind of voluntary donation toward offsetting costs for accumulating PPE and cleaning supplies necessary to help? I know for one, myself, I'd be willing. We always donate in the form of wipes and tissues. What if something were set up, instead of sending in canisters of wipes, maybe a more cost-efficient means might be voluntary donations from the community? I, for one, did vote to reject the level funded budget. So, you know, I did the best I could as a voting community member, but I'd be willing to do more. And I'm sure there might be other parents like myself. Is that something that could be set up?
Yeah, I mean, we're all, you know, I can only speak for myself. We're all for, you know, the support, donations, and, you know, right now, our needs are so great, and you know, we also have to vet what's being donated in terms of the, you know, they have to meet certain standards. Certain types of donations might, but I'm all for, you know, grassroots people supporting. You know, I'll be honest, I don't know, you know, what kind of policies we have. I know, and I'm on the policy subcommittee. I know we've talked about donations before, but I think it's more about just recognizing them. Certain donations, large donations, we wanted to recognize through the school committee. So, you know, I think that's a great idea. But I don't want to put pressure. Sometimes people feel pressure. Not everybody can donate and afford. So we have to do it in a way that doesn't make other people feel pressured that they're not doing their part by not their inability to donate. So, but yeah, thank you for that suggestion.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for hearing my concerns. And I look forward to tuning in next week as well to see what more information you've come up with. I know this is an awful position to be in and that you don't have the answers. I've been following along and I very much appreciate it. I don't enjoy where I am as a parent, and I don't envy any of you for the positions that you're in as being decision makers. So thank you for the continued efforts from all of you.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't know what kind of information I'll have, I'll be honest. I mean, we have several meetings in the beginning of the week. We have a complete staff meeting with our administrators. We have meetings broken down by secondary and elementary. That'll really be a catalyst to make sure we're all on the same page. But I will have information from coming back from a meeting with the governor and the commissioner. So that always should be entertaining, or interesting, I should say. Strike the word entertaining. Interesting.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Sheridan, you are next. Could you state your full name for the record and your address? I think they disappeared.
No, they're muted, that's all.
Oh,
there you
sorry.
go. That's okay.
Lori Sheridan, 11 Sugar Maple Drive. I just have a quick question. I reviewed the plan that was sent out last week, and I noticed that the preschool and the kindergartners are going, and you had mentioned that also, going 4 days all day long. I'm just wondering about how the social distancing is going to work in the classroom if there's a classroom of 23 students, because that is the max for the kindergarten. How they're going to be separated, and how the teachers and the teachers' assistants, and I know the teacher assistants are only in there for half a day as of last year. I'm not sure if it's going to change this year, but how they're going to be able to sanitize, keep up with the sanitation of the classroom, make sure that the students are wearing their masks when they're supposed to.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, I'm going to let you finish. I apologize.
No, that's okay. So I'm just concerned about, I understand that you're removing a lot of the furniture from the kindergarten. I'm just wondering how these, little 5 and 6 year olds are going to be separated and be able to social distance, as well as, like I said, the teachers sanitizing and monitoring mask wearing.
So some of the issues around having a stable group in a pod, that we're not sure that we're going to have our pre-K and kindergarten students have to wear masks. If we can keep them in a stable group and ensure that stability, then they don't have to wear masks. We're going to have to look at what our sanitation procedures are, what they will need to be based on that environment. That's where I talk about drilling down to the granular, looking at every classroom And what are the expectations? What's the guidance from the CDC in terms of our cleaning procedures? How often do we have to clean? And how often do we have students wash their hands? You know, they're even saying that and we haven't made these decisions yet, just so you know, but if adults and students are in a stable pod, do the adults need to wear masks? Those are things that we're looking at, and we haven't made that decision. Some districts are making decisions that all adults will wear masks, but some are saying they'll wear masks when social distancing isn't a possibility. So if we can keep these groups together and keep the state right now is saying up to 30 individuals. So we need to look at who's going to be coming in and out of those groups, right? We can't have any more than 30 individuals. And this is the information that we will have to clearly articulate prior to, obviously, school starting. So those are all good questions. We will have answers, but I don't know if we can have 23 students in a kindergarten class. I don't know how you have kindergarten students remain 6 feet apart to begin with. I just think it's impossible. And so that's some of the guidance, is that if we can keep them in a stable group and you know, in every day, the same adults, the same students are in the group and they're not mingling. So if there's a recess, we keep those students separate from other students. These are all things we have to figure out. A lot of it is based on the configuration of, you know, even our playgrounds. You know, looking at, you know, are we going to allow students to use playground equipment? Are we going to do what they've done and just, you know, tape off? You know, how do you keep kindergarten students away from a playground equipment, you know, unless you've put a fence around it? So these are all the things we need to be thinking about. We are thinking about. And that's when I talk about the granular. But our thoughts of keeping these individuals in for the 4 days is because just of, you know, their stages of development and how important those years are. Our concern was that, you know, how we love to be able to do it for all of our classes, but our schools, if you go into many of our elementary schools, they're just so small that it would be difficult to just keep students, you know, in a classroom, all the students in their same classroom for an entire day. And so that's why the hybrid approach is, we felt probably the safest way to get everybody in school is, you know, using that model of you know, every other day or 2 days a week for most of the population, and the specialized population, including students with, you know, disabilities or significant needs, getting them in for 4 days a week. So, but there's a lot more planning we have to do, Lori. So those are all valid questions, and we will be coming up with those details. You know, like I said, hopefully by next week we have some of those things identified.
Yeah, I guess my main concern is, I understand how you're going to have the stable groups within the building, but once those children leave that pod or the stable group,
right,
you know, you're not sure what's going on
exactly
when they go home, what other kids they're playing with, where their parents are going, where their parents work.
Yeah.
And they come to school and they're, you know, say there are 23 kids, maybe they're not, but if there's 23 kids in the classroom because they're all going all day, and they're not wearing masks, not only could they be spreading it to the kids within their classroom, but also the adults and the staff and you know, the other people in the building. Right. I mean, just like, you know, if the teacher isn't wearing a mask, then she or he obviously could spread it to their students. So I guess my main concern is, like, I would think with the other 1st through 12th being at 50%, I just think the 5-year-olds and the 6-year-olds in a kindergarten classroom are harder to maintain, the 6 feet apart, the social distancing, the sanitizing. You know, they're always putting their fingers in their mouths, in their nose, on other people. So I guess that's my biggest concern, is that there's a lot of bodies to maintain in a classroom that's not very big.
Yeah, and those are all valid points, and I don't disagree with anything you're saying. Again, and these are conversations we have all the time. I can tell you we have with superintendents. I'm sure principals have them. So that's why we're going back to what the best, you know, information we receive from the Department of Health. You know, you're absolutely right. They're saying, well, they're not even sure if young children can transmit. There was, I guess, one study from, I don't know if it was or a career, but we need to do more studies around that, and we don't have a lot of time. So, and that's where it goes back to parents, being informed and making the best decision they can be. But I can't argue with any of the points you made.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
I'd like to add just one thing about the little ones. I think some of the newest research that's coming out is saying that the small children up to age 10 are much less likely to infect adults or each other. And it's the kids that are like 10 years and older, teenagers that are more susceptible to transferring the virus to their friends and to older people. So I can understand why the little ones, so the regulations seem to be contrary compared to some of the older kids. I just wanted to add that as a scientist. Okay.
Thank you.
Kathy, you're breaking up a little bit. I don't know if you realize that.
Who's next, Mr. Murphy?
Okay, Kim, you're on next. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Kim, you're on.
Hi, thanks. Kimberly Shockley, 12 Kingswood Drive. So I was just wondering, with the group of schools that we've decided to partner with, are we going to be able to possibly with them, or will the assist?
You're cutting in and out, Kim. I couldn't hear you. You're breaking in and out.
Okay, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Just wondering if we'll be able to go out to bid with other schools, or if the state will assist so we're not competing against each other when trying to make purchases for COVID.
Yeah, so the state of Rhode Island is a part of a consortium, I think, of 7. And so this is part of the information. We were told that to hold off on certain purchases because the state was going to work with 6 other states because Rhode Island was competing with New York, or other large states. And so they had indicated at one of our meetings, and I think Don or Lori were at that meeting, where they had said that they would use their COVID-19 money to help purchase that. Well, that was well over a month ago, and we haven't received anything yet. So, that's a good point. I mean, I think we did talk about it at one of our consortium meetings about looking at purchases. We're in contact with a couple of vendors around getting cloth masks that we could get for students and for staff, that we thought about purchasing 3 for individual that they could wash on a regular basis. And then we would have paper masks for people that could get them or, for whatever reason don't have them. And that would cut down on a significant amount of costs around masks. But we've, but that's a good point. We have a meeting shortly with our consortium, and I can bring that up again. And I know Sarah works with all the other business managers or, finance directors throughout the state. So that's something that we can definitely talk more about. But, unfortunately, we were waiting for the state to use the leverage of, purchasing with 6 other states, but that hasn't come to fruition or materialized yet.
All right, thank you. Can I just add one thing to that, though? I think we have 2 areas that I don't want to say that we're in competition with other districts, because I would say that if anything, this has brought districts together to work together. But the reality is there is a shortage of certain supplies as well as human capital. And I think that that's as much of a concern as the equipment. We're all looking to add custodians, supervisory assistants, potentially teachers and nurses. And we're all waiting to advertise for these because we don't want to bulk up on purchases and staffing if it may not be necessary. But we also don't want to wait too long. But I think we're all in that boat. But even before this happened, the state experienced a significant shortage in even substitutes, sub-custodians, sub-teachers, sub-nurse teachers. So I think the bigger issue is probably going to be being able to find the staff that we'll need to continue, or to fund the plans and staff the plans that we have.
Thank you, Sarah. Good points. All right, Mr. Murphy, who's next here?
Looks like that's it.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Okay.
Can I just, Ms. Padno, I just want to say there's some questions in the chat. I don't want to, do you mind if I just go through them quickly?
No, go ahead.
So one's about proper HVAC systems, proper ventilation. That's, if you look at the recommendations from the Department of Health, CDC, they all talk about ventilation. That's something that's been a priority of ours. Mr. Murray had talked about, we're having some work done. We're going to have some work done in the middle school. We're having some work that's going to have to be done at our high school. But we also recognize that's one of the reasons for this necessity for school construction. So we may be putting some bandages on in the short term, but we know we need some major overhaul of systems, definitely at the middle school. So yes, it's a problem, and it's going to be an additional cost. The cleaning chemicals we're using are chemicals that are approved by the CDC and recommended. I don't have that information, but I can get that information, and we can share that on our website. Next question is, will school open if the CDC guidelines can't be met? And that's kind of a loaded question because we're going to make a decision that's, at least locally, and hopefully the governor, makes it at state level, but we're going to make sure that we do the best that we can to provide a safe environment for our students and staff. So if there's certain recommendations that are made that we can't meet, then we're going to have a long, hard conversation because sometimes there are recommendations that we have to follow, and sometimes there's guidance, that we have to follow, and there's recommendations that are best practices, but don't put anybody in danger. So it really comes down to what's the specific guidance or recommendation that's made. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Hopefully, my internet is more stable and people can hear me now. So I guess we can move on to item number 7, which is the FY20 budget update. Mr. Levis?
I'm going to defer to, this is the budget update, right? I'm going to defer, Ms. Mangiarelli. I think this is your area of expertise.
Yes, so in your packet,
Mr. Murphy, pull it up.
Okay, thank you. So this is just a current snapshot. I know it's getting up on the screen, but I'm not going to go too far into detail for FY20. We are still closing out. I would say the most significant changes from the last time I presented this to the school committee on a revenue side was the Medicaid. So we just got the quarterly forms in to submit for the last quarter. And while there are certain services that could still continue, things that like nursing that was eligible for direct reimbursement, that didn't happen for the entire fourth quarter. So we're projecting a decrease in the revenue for that. I did put an estimate in for the ransomware claims, so it's hard to even believe that we went through that ransomware process, but we still have not received claim reimbursement. There's an audit firm from New York that's involved in that process. So I did put an estimate in the other revenue that could be more or less once that comes in. And then a little bit, well, 2/3 of the way down, you'll see that I did add in the transportation contingency, about $260,000 to reduce down our surplus for COVID response to 1.2 million. The other area that could change that, and I am still waiting on guidance from the state, I am not comfortable the way that they rolled out the federal funds, because the federal funds were released to us after July 1st. And I'm speaking to the 623,000 of CARES money. The state cut our state aid by that amount and then plugged it with the federal funds. And I just want to make sure, to me, because that was made available to us after the end of the fiscal year, there is a chance that, and I think that this would be a more appropriate accounting of it, that we would actually have to run that deficit in the general fund in FY20, which would drop our surplus to 600,000, and then that 600,000 would remain in FY21 to be targeted towards COVID. I know it's somewhat semantics, but it actually does impact our general fund and what it looks like on the bottom line. And also on RIASBO today, we did apply quite a bit of pressure to get information from RIDE as to how we can even apply for those federal funds, because our experience was a loss of revenue, not necessarily a significant increase in expense, which is what the federal application is for. The other item at the very bottom, in FY20, we had been given or allocated $200,000 for capital from the town. We had planned to move forward with high school HVAC all along. We had been working in the spring with Phil Conti, who's involved with our school construction project, as well as ATC, who's done a lot of work for the schools, putting together a pretty comprehensive plan of what we needed to do. We did put that on hold for a little bit to see if we would need to repurpose that money for COVID. But most of the COVID expenses are more operational than what would qualify under capital. So we did decide to move forward with the HVAC at the high school because it will improve indoor air quality and filtration. So we thought that that was something that was necessary at the high school before COVID and even more necessary now. So that money will be spent. It will just be spent in FY21, and the town is aware of that. Again, it was allocated to us in FY20, and we will be spending it in FY21. So the other item, Jim, if you can put up on the screen, is the reference 5B, the broad categories of savings for FY20. So in full disclosure, I'm hesitant putting something like this out. This is one run from our old accounting software, and we have not posted all accrual entries to this. So this is that year-to-date expend column is not the final numbers. That's just a snapshot of in time without us making any adjustments. The other thing to keep in mind is that I specifically pulled out the areas that I thought, or that we did experience savings as a result of being virtual, but there were also other areas in the budget that were overspent, such as out-of-district tuition. We knew we saw a huge spike in out-of-district tuitions after our budget fiasco last year. So these savings don't correlate as a one-to-one carryover for FY20 because we look at our budget in its entirety. Other areas such as the salary sub-teacher line, you could argue that you would expect to see more savings in that line, and I would say yes. However, almost every year, no matter how much we keep increasing that substitute cost line, we usually overspend that subline. So I would say that our budget to actual savings is more than $128,000 had we been in district the entire year. We probably would have spent more than the $860,000. So that savings looks lower than what it actually was had we been in person the entire time. But I know that this was a request by the school committee, and once we have all, final accruals posted, I'm more than happy to share an updated version of this with you. So that's all I have for FY20. If there are any questions.
I'm going to start with Mr. Pearson. Do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you for putting this together. I know I is one of the folks requesting this. It's very useful. Might even be useful moving forward as we move into fiscal year 21 to see where if we have a distance learning model where the savings might pop up. So thank you for doing this work.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mrs. Colleen?
I don't have any questions, Sarah. Nice job.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Murray?
Thanks, Sarah. I'll have to scrub through this, but just so I know, you mentioned a snapshot in time. Had closed out the books for the fiscal year, and when was the snapshot taken?
So I did this snapshot, I believe yesterday, yesterday morning, but no, we have not posted all accruals. So we will accrue up until the end of August for June transactions. So we use modified accruals, so we use a portion of time. Any invoices that come in, you know, that are related to FY20, we will accrue back. So we did our best going through open purchase orders and closing things out, but you know, things still come in. We have districts that forget to send us their final invoices and whatnot that we still will be chasing down. Same with revenue. You know, I put in an estimate there of the revenue that's outstanding from out of district that still owe us money. If they don't all pay by August 31st, I won't end up ultimately recording that as a FY20 receivable. So we'll still be in flux until the end of August.
Okay, so that'll be important when we see that snapshot, correct?
Right, yes.
You mentioned the 600,000. I know there's an application that needs to go into the state. Was that completed and submitted?
No, and actually, I'm glad you brought that up because this came out on our RIASBO call that apparently there are some state officials that are upset that, gosh, I want to say only 7 applications across the state have been started. And I think that is because the way that it was rolled out, a lot of finance directors, and I think superintendents too, were hesitant the way that it was rolled out to either sign off on the assurances on a federal application or to allocate expenses to that federal money without additional guidance. So Mark Dunham from RIDE was on our call this morning. We were pretty vocal about our concerns, and we do have 2 meetings scheduled with RIASBO next week, specifically on these applications so that we can move forward with them. So the application did finally get released just I think 2 weeks ago, maybe less than that. But a lot of us have been holding off to figure out what exactly we can or should put in those applications.
I know that's creating some cash flow concerns for districts. Are we having any similar concerns?
So we've been working closely with the town up until this fiscal year that we're in. Our bank account has actually been the town's bank account. So I had to notify the town as soon as that came in, and I did once I realized that the state was cutting us that money, to let John Arnett know that he would be receiving $623,000 less in cash. He hasn't indicated that that's been a problem. We explained the application delay, and as of now, we are actually separating our bank accounts from school and town. So the cash flow will ultimately sit with us that we'll have to monitor a little closely.
Okay. And last question, I promised, the capital, I know you had to move that. I understand the HVAC issue. Going back to, again, I know we've brought this up over and over, but if we spend that $200,000, that will not qualify for housing aid, correct? Because we're not.
Well,
or does it?
So technically, it does not. However, I did reach out to RIDE and request an application for reimbursement for funds that were deemed health, safety, and emergency, which we have applied for 2 years ago. We did some intercom and fire system upgrades that we put in as an emergency and health safety repair, and we did receive reimbursement on those. So Jason is working with the Phil Conti to sign off on that as to the health and safety concerns over that HVAC, so that hopefully we will get 44%, but that's really just fortunate timing and the nature of the project, but generally we would not receive that reimbursement.
That's good news, at least for that. So
yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. And finally, Mr. Florio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions. Thank you, Sarah.
I don't really have any questions either. Thanks so much for that snapshot, Sarah. And we look forward to the hard work that you have still ahead of you on reconciling SCOLA 20. Mr. Levis, did you have any final words? Should we go on to the next?
No, I didn't know if the
agenda
public had
item?
any questions.
There are no hands raised.
Okay. All right.
Didn't see any hands raised either, so.
All right.
Okay, so as we can move on to number 8, is FY21.
So Sarah's going to obviously take this again. I just want to let the committee know, and the public know that after the all-day referendum, Ms. Mindrele and I met, and I reached out to Mr. Wazika and Mr. Arnett and said, we'd like to meet and talk about how do we move forward. And Mr. Wazika responded right away. We have a meeting, I believe it's Monday at 1:30. So, just to let you know that we're going to, go back to the process we used prior to, whatever has transpired. So we will be meeting, and I'm sure I'll be reporting out, whether it's in a weekly update or biweekly update or at our next school committee meeting, definitely. So anyway, Sarah, I'm going to turn it over to you with our FY21.
Yes, so I think Jim's going to put the PowerPoint up, and I'm going to zip through this pretty quickly. But there are a couple of items that I wanted to point out, and really the intent of this presentation, while we're not necessarily changing the numbers, some topics came up during the financial town meeting that I wanted to make sure that there was a clear understanding of process, and to put some response to questions that that were raised. So I just wanted to recap quickly of the budget process. It seemed like there was confusion as to why we still needed the 1.8 even with savings. So I just wanted to quickly reiterate, we brought forward the projected deficit in the budget of 3.1 million in January. And that's really when we started going to work pretty heavily. There was a recognition that we were not going to be able to cut out $3 million from the budget. So there had been a lot of discussions, which is why we ultimately asked for the 1.8 million, which was a 4% increase, and we took on the burden at that point of cutting $1.3 million. And then when state aid was cut further, we ended up cutting out a total of $1.5 million. Jim, if you can jump to the next slide. Another question that was raised by the council and town administration was where the contractual savings actually were. So as I just stated, that out of our $3 million deficit, we took on cutting out 1.5 million. And in that 1.5 million was both the CTA savings as well as the retirement. And this slide was shown last time, but again, I just wanted to make sure we were clear as to why we needed that 1.8 all along, even with the contractual negotiations. This was all part of a collaborative effort, truly, to get down to that 1.8 from the $3 million. Jim, you can jump to the next slide. And actually, some of these are very similar. Again, just going over the cost saving measures and funding initiatives that we took on during this budget process. I will say, before COVID, I felt really great about the budget that was going forward because we definitely did a lot of movement both on our expense side and bringing in supplemental money to the district. Next slide. And the summary as to why we needed that FY 2021, the local operations was a $1.8 million increase. But really almost half of that was because of the reduction that we received in state aid and the amount of $897,000. So that was just kind of a quick recap of where we were. And then next slide, Jim. And then next slide, we wanted to break out separately the COVID response because again, the COVID funds are not budgeted in our FY21 preliminary budget that went out. The FY21 budget was for normal operations. So again, going back to, and this slide I did not update for the final FY20 surplus. I still have it at the 1.3. The last document I had shown you had it at about 1.2. But if we had received that $1.8 million reduction in our FY 2021, that would have left us with the net $207,000 to apply to COVID expenditures. The reason that we stood firm on our FY 2021 request of the $1.8 million is that would add to our FY 20 surplus and the federal aid that we're scheduled to receive, giving us about $2 million to apply towards COVID expenses. Jim, if you can go to the next slide. In our budget that we did, I pulled out the full in-person and the hybrid model. So these are the estimated COVID response reopening costs. And I can say that in speaking with other districts on a comparative basis, they're all coming out with expenditures in approximately the same amount. I know Warwick is actually looking at close to $15 million from what I heard today. So salaries and benefits, the largest expenditures in that salary and benefits are additional custodians and additional nursing staff. We also will need to look at hiring additional supervisory assistants. If lunches take place in the classroom, those lunch breaks are also at the same time that the teachers are taking their lunch breaks. We cannot leave students unsupervised in the classroom. Having them in the cafeteria is great because you can feed a lot at once with less supervision. But once we switch to that classroom model, we will need supervisory assistance for coverage. I do, if we go full in-person or hybrid, I would expect a significant increase in our substitute costs. That is concerning because we had a very, very hard time filling the vacancies that we had on an average year. So I am concerned about being able to secure substitutes when we have that need. Those would be the biggest areas of costs in the salaries and benefits. On supplies, we have a whole host of additional PPE supplies that need to be procured. We're also looking at things such as increase in potential softwares should we be in a hybrid model. We were fortunate that a lot of vendors gave huge discounts or free services when this all initially happened, even free hotspots and whatnot. None of that necessarily is going to come back, and at that point we would be on the hook for paying to ensure that we're providing all of that for our students and family. Equipment and furniture. This ranges really from equipment needed to sanitize. We are looking at the need for desks. We have a lot of tables at the elementary schools. We have some desks in storage, but to really break down all the classrooms and have forward-facing seats with kids 6 feet apart, we would need to look at going back to the traditional desk model. In the facility improvements, actually, one moment, I just want to pull up my full breakdown of that budget so I can give you some. In the facilities equipment, we're also looking at plexiglass dividers for all of the main offices and where there would be that contact with a clerk or a student coming in. Signage, we have a tremendous amount of signage that will need to be posted, even bathroom signage, reminding proper etiquette for washing hands, signage for directionals. We also have in there the need for Chromebooks for elementary students. So we are 1-to-1, grades 6 through 12. We will need to look at going 1-to-1 for the elementary grades. We don't have enough equipment that will be able to be used for an extended period of time on hand. So that is a significant cost that we would probably need to move forward with regardless, especially knowing the chances that we would end up virtual if there's another surge again. Then the nursing seats. I'm sorry, in the facility improvements, one of the other significant costs is the nursing suites. And there is a clarification, those were not purchased. I know it said that we purchased those already on the news. We did not. However, we did identify the fact that we really don't have a good space for students to go at any of our schools. So we would need to look at nursing portables for all of our 7 locations. On the transportation side, we have budgeted in there 10 buses for the full return. Again, that is truly just an estimate. We need to rework routes. We need to have an idea of how many people are going to be using the transportation. So I know it's that fine line, and I can say it as a parent, it's hard to want to think that at the beginning of the year, I'm going to be bringing my kids every day, but I want that opportunity to to ride the bus. And that is definitely something we need to take into consideration. But from a planning perspective, we really need to get the best estimate numbers that we can, because that will impact how many buses we actually need to secure. And then in those buses, we also have 3 additional special education buses, aides, and then an increase in fuel. For school lunch, we will need to look at purchasing meal carts. So our plan, or I shouldn't say a plan, an idea that we have is setting up satellite serving stations near the areas of the lunch wave that's taking place. So if it's at a 6th grade lunch, we would move that serving area over to near the 6th grade classroom so that students are traveling less to pick up their lunches and go back to their classroom rather than walking through the entire school. Again, that is just an idea. None of that has been fully vetted out, but we are working closely with Sodexo on that. So that is kind of a quick laundry list of some of the items that we're looking at. And as you can see, the costs are $5.3 million in person and $4.7 million and a hybrid model. And really, when you look at the costs that we have listed, I would say that my biggest concern is actually not that our costs are too high, but there's costs that we are missing because this is brand new for us. And as you start anything new, even if it's a home renovation, costs always sometimes can surprise you in certain areas. So this is what we're looking at. As far as the funding gap,
Well, it looks like we lost Sarah.
Does she know?
She's
I'm
gone.
sure she knows.
Yeah, I think she's going to.
I got to be honest with you, the internet has been horrible for the past few days.
Yeah.
I've been having a lot of problems at work and everything too. I don't know what's going on with it.
Many people on it. So Mr. Levis, what do you want to do?
No, I didn't catch the last point she was trying to make. So,
Yeah.
Jim, can you go down to the next slide? Just to see if, I think the point, if again, I'm not going to do, I'll do the best I can with this in terms of explaining it. But so one of the questions that had come up is this whole idea is, what if we go to virtual learning again? And what about the savings? So I think the idea is that, what will we do with those savings? And as Sarah has always stated, that any savings we have should be used for, or a surplus, for one-time anticipated expenditures. Or if not, then we create a structural deficit, because I think we all know that at some point we'll be back to, may not be like what school was before, but we will be back in some scenario where students are back in school, teachers are back in school, and we'll have those same pre-COVID expenses and maybe even additional expenses, because some of the staffing that we're adding, I don't see us taking away. For instance, I could never support reducing our custodial staff, you know, and also with the nursing or situation. So these are some thoughts about if we end up with a virtual scenario again, we have savings, how would we spend those? And so a lot of these are on our 5-year capital list that we don't have here, but we submit a list every year to the town. And like I said, it's been like 10 or 12 years that the school department had received capital. Last year, even though it was a small number, I think we all appreciate the fact that the council and you know, made a point to say we recognize capital is important, and they put $200,000 in the budget, and we were able to that was dedicated to us last year. So the high school and the middle school gym floor replacements, we know that in any given time, if somebody comes in and they inspect our floors, we may not be able to utilize those. That's how bad. They can't sand them anymore. So that's been on the list. The high school generator replacement, that generator is the original generator from 1975, I believe. And that is an emergency operations facility. So if there was a major catastrophe, disaster, people would go to the high school, say during a hurricane, and that, you know, that's something that we definitely need to replace. Moisture mitigation at the middle school, we talked about that recently, I mean, earlier tonight. We've been putting Band-Aids on this for years. And last year, you know, we had major mold issues. We had a company come in. I believe it was several $100,000. It was, you know, covered through insurance to mitigate the mold. It happened to be when we had the ransomware attack. But anybody that's in that building knows that we have issues with air quality and dampness in that building. So we need to, you know, we have an estimate about $250,000 to rectify that. You know, furniture, you go through, you know, we were going through with Walt Buteau, you know, it's kind of ironic that in the distance learning, I mean, in a COVID-19 world, we want to go back to desks. Well, we have a lot of desks. They're from the 1980s, you know, and they're in our classrooms. We haven't put money into furniture, our cafeteria tables. We know that we run a deficit, unfortunately, in our food service program every year. Most districts, they're either self-sufficient or they're generating profits, and they use those funds to purchase cafeteria tables, new freezers. So we have a lot of furniture that we've not been able, all you have to do is go through any of our schools to see how, you know, antiquated the furniture is. We haven't been able to, you know, we've put off, you know, we purchased a new to us vehicle, but, you know, remember we've done recently showed the community the age of our vehicles. We have several from the 1980s, several 100,000 miles. They most of them are beyond their usage in terms of national standards. We have, again, concrete sidewalk repair. You can go by many of our schools and see areas that we need to desperately repair. Some of those, you know, we've taken care of their safety hazards. Floor tile replacement, that's been on our capital list for years. You can go in many buildings and you'll see we still have asbestos tiles. Now, if they're completely encapsulated, you know, entirely encapsulated, they're not a danger, but the goal is to replace them. Ceiling tile replacement, you know, that was my big thing. You know, when I first got here, I say you go into a cafeteria, you look at a ceiling, and you can say this throughout the buildings, but if I went into a restaurant and looked at a ceiling that looks like some of our cafeteria ceilings, I'd make a beeline for that door and never go in, but it's okay for our children every single day to eat in those environments. So we have, you know, I think we talked about $800,000 easily to replace ceiling tiles in our district. And then electric improvements in our elementary schools. Now, we've been making some of these in an ongoing, but, you know, we have many elementary schools that have 2 outlets in the classroom. Some of our schools, you can't even bring in any more electrical. You know, there's only so many amps that are brought in. So this is how we'd use, this is the money. We wouldn't be using it for operations. We'd be using it for things that we should have been doing all along, but we haven't been able to do. So we want to make that point that we're not going to just, you know, we don't have the opportunity to have these accounts that the town has, which the charter says they need to have reserved to a certain amount. You know, we don't have that ability. So that's how this is how we use the money. Next slide, Jim. And remember, I am not Sarah.
No, I'm back though.
Oh, beautiful. Timing is everything. I'm going to mute myself.
No, and I think just on that last slide, the key point that I want to make sure is that those are all one-time expenditures. You know, so it would give us an ability to address things and put us in the running for the 44% on a regular cycle, which would then generate that revenue coming back into the district to continue to fund things. So a silver lining to all of this, if the community chose to do so, is that if we invested wisely, we could set ourselves up in a better situation going forward rather than continuing to push some of our issues down the road.
Thank you, Sarah. Nice to see you back. So I'm going to start with Mr. Pearson. Do you have any questions for Sarah or for Mr. Levis?
Yes, I do. I've got a big question. The budget did not pass. That means we are in a month-to-month appropriation based on the previous year's budget. As you pointed out, that I guess that could mean we have a $1.8 million deficit spending problem. We're hoping a new budget passes if the budget goes to the voters again and we can be fully funded. But in the meantime, I'm concerned that we're spending, or we could be in a situation where we're spending money that has not been appropriated. What is the recommendation for dealing with that $1.8 million deficit until a new budget is passed?
So, and Jim, I don't know if you can put up, I think it's 6B. Let me see what so we are on a month-to-month spending. Fortunately, our spending over the summer is less. We actually don't start paying our teachers and staff for FY 2021 until the end of August. So most of the spending that we have in the summer months is fortunately much lower. So what I did is put together a 1/12 of the budget column. And I think that this is where a lot of times there's confusion when people want to see month-to-month projections. A school isn't even overall 12 months. So I guess in the best scenario, to have a budget fail in the summer is not so bad because you have a little bit of a breathing room. So you can see that our actually salaries and benefits are relatively low. It's pretty much administrative costs and then hourly employees that are full-time, year-round employees working. We also do have some expenses that we pay up front, such as property and liability insurance, workers' comp, health insurance, and dental is evenly spread out overall 12 months, even though we don't start collecting those employee co-shares until we start paying them again. So our expenses are relatively small so far. Right now, I'm not approving expenditures for large back-to-school office supplies, classroom supplies. If any items have come in for a request, I've said, you know, a month to 2 months supply, and things that can wait, we're absolutely waiting. So the only real purchases that we're doing right now are for items that we would need under any
I cannot finish your thought, so. Just want to be clear.
I know she's frozen. So, Mr. Levis, I'd like to ask, I guess I have a request for you.
Yeah.
When you meet with Mr. Wazika and the town finance director on Monday, which is great that you have a meeting set up already, if you could try to get some inkling as to when a new budget will be put on the table, because if, depending on how the council How urgent this is for the council really depends on when we vote on this. If the new budget's not going to be on till the next council meeting, we're looking at earliest end of August before there's another all-day referendum. And keep piling on the time as we go. If they don't approve it till end their second meeting in August, then we're looking at September. If they don't approve it till first week in September, we're looking at end of September. So I just again, it's something to keep an eye on to make sure we don't fall into a deficit spend situation.
And I think Sarah had some, might have some information. I believe, again, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I believe she might have had a conversation. But we will definitely ask that question Monday and report back.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Kalunian, did you have any questions or concerns for Mr. Levis? I don't see Sarah back on the call, so.
I just want to say, I think it was great that you went ahead in your presentation and put a scenario if we were virtual again, and I like the way you're spending that money. That's just my opinion, but I think, if we are virtual again and we do have significant savings, we should put it into our schools, and maybe we can make up what we lost way back, and all that deferred maintenance. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Kalunian. Mr. Murray. So you must
I was hoping Sarah had come back. I don't have a lot of questions at this point. I mean, I think she really clearly laid it out. I think the big thing for us is, and I know you have a meeting, Craig, with the town manager and Mr. Arnett. The typical thing of our past has been, we'll split the difference and we move forward, right? So they'll maybe attempt to try to cover the state cut and try to put something to the voters that's halfway. And I think we've managed to this point to stick to our guns and justify, I think, right aptly why we need that 1.8 million. And if anything, we've seen tonight, those costs for COVID could well exceed that. This was a pre-COVID budget. And if we do not get this, this will put us in a further structural deficit situation if things don't pan out. We can hope for the federal money. I really do hope we do get it, but hopes and wishes doesn't mean it comes true. And I do like the fact that you have a spending plan. I think it's important for the voters to know that regardless, if we do net some savings out of this, which we don't know we will do, it's really to do the things that we should have done for years and we should be doing now. And just so everyone's clear, our budget was a minimal operating budget at the 1.8 million. So, and by that, I mean, we weren't funding capital. We weren't funding certain mandates by the state to maintain our buildings. It was just to get by. It wasn't getting new desks. It wasn't getting new equipment, any of the stuff that we need. And we saw the vehicles last year. I had asked for the photos of physical plant's vehicles and I was appalled. So I just, I hope the voters realize that even if we do net savings, that we're going to be responsible in expending those to things that have value to our district that have been long delayed. And as Sarah said, may get us back in, so to speak, the black as far as our operations are concerned. So, and I see that Sarah's back. So,
So sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. I don't really have any questions. You've given the same presentation, I think, since December. It's just been built upon over and over. And I'm just really hoping that I want to thank the voters for seeing the light on the budget for what it was and supporting us. I know not everyone shares that same view, but I know that for us on the committee, we've looked at the numbers. Sarah, you have looked at the numbers. We think this is a responsible budget. We wouldn't put it forward if we didn't think so. So I really appreciate the support of the voters for agreeing with us, and hopefully we can move something forward soon on another budget, because otherwise we're still at zero. So, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. And finally, Mr. Florio.
Thanks, Madam Chair. All I can think of, as Luke was speaking about those vehicles, were my neighbors saying to me, what the heck is that junkyard doing down at the end of the street at Oak Haven? I said, junkyard? So I call up Craig, and Craig says, those are our vehicles. So I said that to the constituents of the neighborhood, and they said, those are the vehicles of the school department? I said, yeah. I said, we do the most for the least. And it's been that way for a long time. And unfortunately, that's how the town was thinking, that we do the most for the least. And we just can't do that anymore. So, Mr. Levis, my advice to you is when you and Miss Maggiorelli and John Arnett and Ed Wazika meet on Monday, I'm really interested as to whether they're going to put forward a responsible budget for the school department. And I wish you the best, because if you can do it, we all get a better community in the process. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
May I just add 2 quick comments quickly, hopefully before I get kicked off again?
Sure.
So I just to go back to Mr. Pearson's questions about the spending, the list of items that we had put forward previously as ideas that where we would look to reduce the budget, those haven't been spent yet. So I would say that we haven't made commitments in all areas of our budget that would tie us to a position where we would not be able to make any adjustments. There are no adjustments that would come forward that would be good. We actually just received notice, Jim, I think it was yesterday, that we are next in queue for the federal funding, for the E-rate funding, for all, the 50% match for a lot of the technology infrastructure that we had wanted to do. That is something that we would look to take out of the budget, which is painful because we only have 50% of the total cost in the budget, and I don't know when we would get another 50% match. But so some of the big ticket items that we had listed, we still have that flexibility to adjust. So I don't want the school committee thinking that we are full speed ahead spending as if we had the budget, because we definitely are not. And then the other item I want to make sure the school committee stays aware of is that for July and August, we are only receiving 91% of our FY21 state aid. And there is a lot of concern that that will stay for the rest of the year. And I think that that's something we really need to watch. That would be an additional, I believe, $2 million reduction for us in state aid, but the state is not moving forward quickly on giving us a new budget. And they're also very slow in paying. So typically we get state aid between the 1st and the 15th of the month. They're now saying that state law gives them until the 31st of the month or the end of the month. And so we have not received July's state aid payment yet. So, and granted, it's much smaller than the other months are. But I think that we could have a bigger revenue issue, which I have said all along as well, that I don't see how it's possible to maintain the level of state aid that was pre-COVID in a post-COVID world. So those are the only 2 items I wanted to make sure I put in there.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, I really don't have any questions about our outlook for FY21, except to say I want to thank you for laying it out so nicely in your presentation, Sarah. And I wish you and Mr. Levis luck when you go across the street. I shouldn't say luck, but I know that it'll be a difficult discussion, and I'm hopeful that they will put forth a budget that gives us as much money as possible, as opposed to not. So again, thank you so much for that. I don't see any hands raised. Mr. Murphy, so I.
There are no
think we
hands
can
raised.
go on. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I think we can go on then to the next item, which is number 9, placing vendor and employee contracts on our website. So, Mr. Levis, did you want to start there?
Sure. Yeah, just, this was something that, you know, I think I said this when I was first here. When I was in Smithfield, another district, I'll say, that we put all the administrators' contracts, and I'm not sure if we did vendor contracts, but I think, you know, I don't want to say pride myself, but I try to be as transparent as possible. I think that's a good thing. And, you know, I'd been asked before, and I think I reached out to, not to I reached out to one of, you know, for some legal advice, and, you know, it was kind of, you know, I kind of bought some time with this, but I think, you know, it was asked of me recently, and I think it's, you know, something important that we should do. I think, you know, I don't have an issue with it. I think it's important. Again, it's some, you know, I'll do what the committee chooses, but I think it's a good thing if we could, you know we need to do some work. I appreciate the website we have now versus the old one. I'm just getting concerned that there's so much, we keep, you know, Mr. Murphy and I keep on rotating information. So, you know, I think where we would put this, you know, information, you know, looking at, you know, the vendor contracts we have, and you know, employee contracts, we put our union contracts on there. I think, you know, putting on the contracts of administrators, we have a whole lot, you know, numerous contracts I need to rework. But I think it's a good idea. I think it's, you know, about being transparent. If people have questions about it, we should be able to answer those questions. There should be no secret. So, you know, Superintendent, that's my thoughts, but so I'm going to defer to the rest of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Levis. I'm going to start with Mr. Pearson. Comments, questions?
I'm all in favor of this. In the spirit of transparency, I think putting our contracts, even our vendor contracts, I think I may have put that bug in your ear, Mr. Levis, where applicable, putting them online in some kind of transparency portal experience. I think is important. I know other communities do this. It's rare though. A lot of these people like to keep it close to the vest, but at the same time, it is also public information that if someone put in an APRA request, they could get their hands on it. It could, quite frankly, in my opinion, on the vendor contracts, especially the transparency there puts more sunshine on it, and actually would be, you know, for other districts, not that I'm trying to help other districts, it would help them understanding what Coventry is doing, and it would take away some of the, you know, maybe leverage the vendors have. I know they don't want to hear this if they're listening, but you know, when everything's out in the open, you can't do some kind of secret leverage. Well, I get this kind of deal somewhere else, kind of negotiation. So I'm in favor of it. Anything you can do to make it happen, thank you. Much appreciated.
Mr. Pendo, can I just add one thing quickly before we go to the other committee members? That I think there's the one area that we might have to, you know, definitely ask Mr. Anderson. But I think when it comes to vendor contracts like special education placements, we may have to, and it's not so much about the contract, it's just about identifiable information. If we had a student that went to one place and we put that contract up there, it kind of identifies. And, you know, again, I will get clarification from Mr. Anderson about that, but I just want to be, you know, completely transparent. That might be one area that we may have to, again, maybe there's another way of posting it, but I want to run that by Mr. Anderson first.
Fine. Thank you, Mr. Levis. Mrs. Colonian.
I agree with James. I'm all for this also. It's always nice, and like James said, you know, it keeps the vendors honest. So, you know, they're not using one district against the other and, you know, giving somebody a deal and the others have to pay for it. So I agree. I think that's a great idea, Craig. You know, kudos. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mrs. Colonian. Mr. Murray?
Yeah, so I think this is timely because this time of year, we always get the request for all of this information. And it seems to be always this perception that it's clouded in some mystique that we don't want to give up the information. And so we get APRA requests and you know, which takes staff time, quite honestly. And if we have to fulfill 10 APRA requests, it's wasted time on your part as well. So I appreciate you bringing this up. I 100% agree. Anything we can do to take the mystique off, put it out there. I'm a big advocate for even, you know, eventually if we were able to get the data out there, comparing ourselves to other districts, because I think looking at this information in isolation is kind of dangerous because people may think, oh, well, you're out of line, this is too high. But when you look at it across Rhode Island or New England, you start realizing that it is a competitive industry, and this is we do what other people do. We look at salaries across Rhode Island and we pay a competitive wage. And so, you know, we have to look at other contracts and compare ourselves and be competitive. So with that, I want to commend you. You know, getting this up, I think is a great start. I will end with one thing that's always in my go a little bit is, you know, while I appreciate that you and Mr. Murphy do try to update and keep the website fresh, I do think that the website in general lacks clarity. It's very difficult to navigate. We have no consistency across elementary schools and, you know, a real comprehensive communication. So I know now is not the time to start spending money on that type of investment in the COVID era, but I would hope that at some point, in the interest of continuing communication with the public and clarity, that we do invest maybe in a more professional looking website. We can, you know, I think that's a big part of it. You can put the information up there, but it has to be able to be retrieved. And if you have to dig too far, you get frustrated and you just make an APRA request. And we do point them, and it is a resource to that website. But, you know, and sorry to go off on that tangent, but it's just one of those things when I look at our website compared to some other districts. But thank you. I appreciate it. Full support.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Florio?
Madam Chair, I'm all in favor of the placing all vendor and employee contracts on the Coventry Public School website. I think it's a good thing. I think it's transparent, and I think it'll make us competitive with possibly some other school districts. They'll look at this and they'll say, "Oh, okay." Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in favor of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Florio. My final comment is that I'm 100% in favor of this as well, and I think it's a great idea. Again, it's a difficult thing to be thinking about at this time, just more added work for the folks, for Mr. Murphy especially, to upload all the documents, but I think it's a good start, and I agree. The website has been sort of a bane in my side since I've been on school committee. There's been some changes from the very, very beginning when I was first on school committee, and it's gone through a number of changes. But the real issue is that we haven't spent the money because we haven't had it to actually hire someone, a consultant group that could actually make this absolutely gorgeous, wonderful, easily used website. And until that happens, we're going to always be talking about the fact that the website could use work. I've gone on it myself and said, where is such and such? And I've had trouble finding things. I will confess, just recently I went on to find the videos, the recorded videos of our meetings, and I almost emailed Jim Murphy to say, where are they? I can't find them. So, and then the label of it was a little weird too. So, but anyway, just my own 2 cents on that, but I agree in this idea. So thank you for suggesting this and putting it forth.
I just wanted, can I just, because there's so much goodwill in this, you know, Mr. Pearson has been talking to me about this for, I'd like to say a few months, but it's probably been a couple of years. So, you know, I'm not going to take credit. And honestly, when he suggested again, and I know I did push back at some point, and like I said, I can't, I think it's a great idea. So I don't even know why I pushed back then, and but I don't want to take credit for it. So, but I feel like, this is the right thing to do. We are, always saying how transparent we are, and so just want to clear my conscience moving forward.
Well, again, thank you, Mr. Pearson. I agree with the thought. Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so I think we can go forward with agenda item number 10, which is the discussion of the proposed Charter Review Commission changes. I'm going to start this, even though this item was put on the agenda by request from Mr. Murray. So take it away.
Yeah, just that Mr. Murray had reached out to me. That I received an email from Dave D'Agostino. I watched some of it. I went back and watched some of the Charter Review Commission, the council meeting, but the council wanted some input from the superintendent, which in the school committee, but I really believe this is about the school committee, not the superintendent. Feedback, you have the documents. We can put them up on the screen in a moment, but they are meeting again Saturday. So it's crucial to get it on the agenda tonight because they would like some feedback from the school committee so that they can take that feedback Saturday morning, I believe, when they're having the Charter Review Commission meeting. So, so there's, and like I said, I'll defer to the committee in terms of how you want to handle this. And
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I ask that we bring Kim Shockley in? She was the chair of the Charter Review Committee, and she may be best to explain the proposed amendments.
Mm-hmm. I assume still
Jim,
on.
can you pull Kim Shockley in to be a panelist, please? Hopefully she's ready. Kim, you there?
Yes,
yeah,
Kim,
yeah.
Kim, you can speak now.
Thank you. Way to put me on the spot there, Lucas. But
I apologize. I saw you.
that's okay. As far as this goes, we know that the school committee presents at the town council to say what's going on with programs in the schools and things that people have really excelled at or done well, which is great. But because it comprises such a large part of the town's budget, what the Charter Review Committee was hoping for is that we could have a monthly update of what % of our money has been spent, what has been spent on, what projects are reaching completion, what projects we may be looking to begin. Just an update. We're thinking of possibly turning this into something quarterly, but we wouldn't want the wheel to be reinvented on a quarterly basis. We just want to know updates of where our tax dollars are being spent so that before budget season comes up, people are aware of things. Even something that could be put out to residents of the town of Coventry. So that's our intent, and we just wanted to see if it was something that the school committee thought was manageable, because we would also be looking for someone who could come and present that at the town council.
All right. Thank you, Kim.
Not a problem.
Did you want to add anything, Mr. Murray, before we go down the line? Otherwise, I'll start my comments and questions with Mr. Pearson.
Yeah, I just wanted to, so I did watch the council meeting, and this came up. There was some indication that they wanted the school committee to weigh in. I felt that was prudent, considering it directly affects us in our district administration. So I felt like I wanted to get this in front of us as soon as possible, because my understanding, and Kim, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the committee is set to meet on Saturday and then propose some, or do some wordsmithing and make some amendments and then bring it back to council. Is that correct?
That is correct. We've been working with our legal counsel throughout the course of the week, presenting things to the town council actually as they're amended. just so that we can get feedback before it's time for them to take that final vote. But Saturday will be the last time we meet and get to decide what's going to be put before the council.
So with that, I just turn it over to you, Madam Chair, to ask the committee their thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Okay, Mr. Pearson, any comments, concerns, feedback? I think you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'd like to ask a couple questions if possible before I give my feedback, just to understand purpose and intent. Comment was made that purpose of this is so we have an update, monthly or quarterly. Who's the we? Is the intended audience for this the town council, or is the intended audience for these reports taxpayers, or both? But who's the primary intended audience for this?
Taxpayers, honestly. Taxpayers are who we want to be able to have this information. The town council is a public meeting, so it seems like a wonderful place to put this information forward. For those people who may not want to have the time to go to both town council and school committee. So that's the intent. I would say what I think would be great is if, through email systems and that sort of thing, we could put this out to residents and help engage citizens. But I think our intent is that via the town council, taxpayers are getting this information.
Okay. So let me start with that part of it, and then I have some more specific feedback on this. Yes, it's something we already do. We're doing before the COVID issue arose, giving monthly feedback to the town council regarding operations of the school committee. It was less of a financial report and more of a headlines and events kind of thing, but equally important, and we thought we would do that in the spirit of communication and cooperation with the council, because the council doesn't, of course, Mrs. Dr. Dixon probably is the exception, and maybe one or two others don't regularly watch or attend school committee meetings. So it's something we do. So adding it to the charter, I have a concern there. It's kind of interesting because the nature of the report is also kind of confusing. But let me break this down step by step. So because I am going to do that tonight. Sorry, everyone. I know it's late. So definitely, I understand you have to change some language. If the intent is to have a monthly report, it doesn't say that. Currently, the way it's worded, there is one report ever. The school committee shall present at a town council meeting. Just as a reminder for everyone who's watching and everyone on the committee, we have two legal meetings where we're presenting to town council. Because of Rhode Island General Law 16-2-21, we are legally required to do our budget consultation in 90 days before the submission of the school budget. So when we meet with the council to initially discuss our budget, we do it then. And also Section 8.16 of the charter, we have a public hearing for taxpayers and the council to understand our budget presentation before it goes to the financial town meeting. At that time, we solicit feedback. Again, those are just two instances. This isn't the monthly report that we're referring to. So monthly would have to be a bit different. But the second line there says through the business manager or designee. I don't believe language like that belongs in the charter. Maybe the school committee or designee is an appropriate distinction, but I don't think it's wise to require in the charter their business manager to attend council meetings and give monthly reports. It's not a requirement of any other department head, and heck, they don't even make their own finance director do that, which might have been a more interesting charter change, but also probably unnecessary, because as we move into the next section where, you know, we talk about the monthly written report, which I think is the much more compelling one, producing a monthly written report. There are 3 applicable sections of the charter that apply here. In section 4.08 of the charter, the school committee, the director of finance, are directed to cooperate. Sorry, when I say director of finance, I meant our finance director. We are directed to cooperate with the town side in anything they want to do regarding budget. And the duties that the town finance director, the town treasurer, has to do. And part of his duties in section 10.14 are 2 things. He prescribes the uniform form of receipts, vouchers, bills, and claims to be used by all departments, offices, and agencies of the town, including the school department. So in other words, he knows what the budget is, and he knows what the spending situation is, and he knows the financial condition of the town at any given moment, or at least he should. The next section says he is to prepare a monthly statement of all receipts and disbursements in sufficient detail to show the financial condition of the town for submission to the director of finance, who is the treasurer, the town manager, and the town council. So not only do we already have in the charter that we are to be cooperating as a school committee with the town finance director, we have to cooperate with him to the level that he is already assembling a monthly report to give to the town council. In other words, it should be being done already. Is it being done already? I don't know, because if that report happens, sometimes it's done publicly, sometimes it's not. I don't have a good answer for that. So I'm all in favor of continuing monthly reports with our town council. I think it's important. I think a more logical step to me for changing the charter is, if you want the school committee to create a monthly financial report, fine, do so. Direct our school committee through our business manager, our finance director, to create a monthly report. Going the extra step of making in the charter, which is our guiding document that's supposed to make our government run more efficiently, not add more hoops and hurdles, saying we have to go to a meeting every month and talk to the town council list, I think causes 2 issues. One, it's unnecessary, because that work is supposed to be being done already. 2, I'm going to respectfully disagree with what you said. We are a public body as a school committee. We are very transparent and very open about discussing our projects that are going on, our current financial condition, and to say that, well, you know, not everyone has time to watch that, well, shame on them. If they're not paying attention to what's going on school committee, and now we have to jump through hurdles to go to town council every month because they're too busy to understand what's happening on the school side, that's an issue. If we can grease the wheels a bit, fine. But again, adding it to the charter is where I have a problem. That doesn't really seem to me to be an appropriate place to add something that is more about rules and procedures, parliamentary procedure, agenda setting. Might be more appropriate in an ordinance if you want to stick it there, but in our charter and how we govern ourselves, it seems redundant, and it seems inefficient and a little bit unnecessary. Again, not the act, just adding it to the charter. I, again, am in favor of us continuing to work with the council and give monthly reports. I just think that adding it to the charter makes the charter more bloated than it already is. I'll leave it at that, because I did a pretty brutal opinion here, and I know I don't want anyone to take this personally. I'm on the policy subcommittee. Language is very important to me. Governance is very important to me. I have a strong opinion about this. It's There's no personal animosity here at all. I think it's a great effort. Anything to promote transparency is important. Prescribing it can be counterproductive. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mrs. Colonian, any comments?
He's a hard act to follow. But I agree with James as far as, you know, I think we should continue the monthly meetings, but to say that Sarah has to attend the school committee meeting and the town council and present the budget, and when they already get together and they work together, and she does present the budget monthly with us, and we do record our meetings. So I think just that alone, if they don't have time to go to them, you can always, you know, you want to know what's going on financially, fast forward to Sarah's presentation on that monthly meeting. I don't think it belongs in the charter. I, you know, like I said, we've already done it. We've already been transparent. So I think if we continue the road that we're going down, then we shouldn't need it in the charter. My opinion too.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Colonian. Mr. Murray.
So I agree with Member Pearson on certain points of this. I disagree on certain points. So I do think that he has some certainly valid points with regard to the way it's wordsmith. The fact that we actually do a lot of this now, or at least we did do it pre-COVID. But I also disagree in a little bit of a way because there's nothing that compels us to do it. Anything that is voluntary, which is voluntary of our committee to walk across the street and give those presentations, is relying on the school committee to maintain that level of effort. And I appreciate all of the members that we have, and I think we are setting the standard in that regard. That is no guarantee that in a few years, as we see sometimes in past councils, that they take a more restrictive approach to public comment. They take a more restrictive approach to the rules and management and information sharing with the public. So I understand the intent of the Charter Review Committee in trying to compel the school committee to make those statements and communicate on a regular basis with council, because I think 2 meetings isn't enough. And those 2 meetings that are prescribed are primarily focused on budget. And as we saw, we basically had no questions in that meeting. So I don't think it communicates anything to council about what schools are doing. And I think consistent communication is key. It's not this one time a year, it's throughout the year. I do disagree with the Charter Review Committee that I agree with Member Pearson that putting this on the business manager is not the right approach. If you're going to say school committee as the governing body, then the school committee shall present. Leave it at that. I don't think it says what you want it to say. Again, the wordsmithing of this, absolutely agree with Member Pearson. It basically says you present to town council. It doesn't say monthly. It doesn't say quarterly. It doesn't say anything. So from that aspect, I think it's dangerous from a wordsmithing standpoint because they would basically could say that's covered. So if you were to put this forward, you definitely need to specify what is being presented to council and at what frequency. And it says submit monthly report. I do agree with, if the intent is to just bring it out to the public, the administration does coordinate with each other. So those reports are going back and forth between finance directors, the town managers, superintendent. So I don't know if that is going to add value to what you're trying to do here. So I think it could be as simple as the school committee shall present to the town council on a quarterly basis or every other month or however you want to specify it. I do think monthly is maybe overage because you have to consider the elected officials' time. There are some times we're doing work sessions and other things, but I think on a regular frequency, whatever that time frame may be, and and what is the content of that? And I think what you're going for is something substantive for the public consumption. So a financial synopsis, current initiatives, so such as our building effort, something probably more than, the high school wrestling team won a trophy this week. And that's what I'm getting out of that. So I think the intent is well, I understand the intent and I understand the reason why. But I do agree with Member Pearson in a lot of ways that the way it's written, one, doesn't specify the time frame, two, doesn't specify the content, that it may be a wrong way to place the business manager up front instead of the school committee, because this is governance. I do disagree that this doesn't belong in the charter, because the charter is about governance. Ordinances are about controlling the day-to-day operations of government, zoning ordinance, noise ordinance, trash ordinance. That is the general operations of our government. The governance is specified in the charter. This would be governance. We have other meetings specified in the charter for governance. So I do believe that as far as being able to be here, this is where it should be. I don't know if that helps or hurts. I honestly think it really needs to be completely reworked in a manner, and I know that's not an easy task, but hopefully you can take something out of what I'm saying and rework it if you really want to present it to council. I am in support wholeheartedly of the general effort of compelling us on a reasonable time frame to walk across the street and give updates to council for public consumption. So I think that is my support. As far as what's in front of me, I couldn't support it as written. So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. And finally, Mr. Florio?
Madam Chair, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. Mr. Pearson's correct. We give these reports every month, and yes, sometimes it's about the wrestling team, sometimes it's about the baseball team, but this was the superintendent's idea for us to bring to the town council good news about what's happening in the school department. And I don't want to be the person to start speaking about numbers and start speaking about our budget. That's out of my purview. My purview is, as a school committee person, to report what's happening in the school department. And we focus on the positive, and sometimes we focus on the negative, but most of the time the focus is on the positive. And to place it in the town charter, to say, okay, you have to do it. You have to walk across the street. It's not a chore. It's certainly not a chore. I think we all enjoy it in one form or another, because usually when we appear before the council, it's for positive and to communicate positive information. If it's negative, that's already done by the superintendent and Sarah. So, my wife was on the Charter Review Commission. I understand the rules of the charter, but this, to make it mandatory, we do it anyways, and it's going to continue. And it's something that it's there now. Practice is established. Once the practice is established, that's it. So, Mr. Pearson, you are correct, as usual. and it's just, I don't know. I don't see a need for it. That's all. It's late, and I had root canal today, and I'm hurting, but I applaud the Charter Review Commission for their efforts. And I heard about what happened Monday night. with their recommendations. So anyways, I wish them a lot of luck, and thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Florio. I just want to, I think the original idea of going in front of the town council for a monthly report goes to Ann Dixon when she was a school committee member. I don't think it was our superintendent. So I'm sure he helps us and helps write the report, but it was definitely Ian's idea, and I want to give a shout out to people on the call. Secondly, I understand the intent and the thought of the Charter Commission coming up with this. I think I'm not a charter expert. I can't pretend to say that I've even read the whole charter of the town of Coventry, so I am not an expert. What I do know is that I think to try to present budgetary information at a monthly meeting could be very, or whatever, how many times they wanted to have us do it, could really go on ears that don't know what we're talking about, quite honestly. Once the budget is set by the school department and the town approves it by our referendum, the intricacies of the daily, monthly spending and where we are, how much we've spent on a given month or a given every 3 months or whatever, I'm not sure is something the public is especially interested in. I mean, I could be 100% wrong. I really think that that kind of information is very granular and not something that really needs to be discussed in a monthly report like we do. I like the idea of maybe making sure that after we're all not doing it anymore, because we're not in office, that the that this particular thing still occurs. I think it was a great idea. I think going in front of the council regularly is a great idea because people do hear good news. And, you know, in the old days when you read the Daily Times, you heard all the information about schools. So, you know, a lot of people don't get the Daily Times. They don't get anything. And so if they're watching a town council meeting or going and attending a town council meeting, hearing some news about schools is great. And it doesn't always have to be positive. If something is going on where, you know, we are having a problem with funding, then yes, that can be something that's brought up. But to mandate a financial discussion, either monthly, the wording doesn't say monthly anyway, but I kind of like the idea that it's mandated that we should report to the town council on a monthly. Just because we do it doesn't mean it'll stay. Best practice can go away as soon as the people who did that best practice leave. People retire, people no longer are elected, superintendents change hands. So again, I'm not sure if it's something that should be in the charter. It could be just an ordinance. You know, maybe our policy subcommittee might want to think about putting that into our bylaws, or saying that that's part of our duties to actually make sure as an elected body that we keep a dialogue with the town council. We always give the report to the town clerk, so whatever information we want to put in there is up for us to decide. If the town council said to us, hey, we want to know more about the finances of the school committee, then that could be something that was put in. But I kind of think that basically they get that information from us anyway, because it goes over across the street and talk back and forth goes on between. So whether or not the town council avails itself of all that information, outside of just saying we're not overspending our budget. I mean, that's basically what goes over across the street, that we're not in a deficit and that things are okay. So the minute we would go into deficit spending, we have to reconcile that per state law. So I'm not exactly sure what financial information would be really needed for the public outside of the fact that we're in deficit spending for whatever reason and that we're going to fix it. So, I mean, that's just my 2 cents worth on that. So I don't know, I've gone on long enough. At any rate, are there any other follow-up questions from school committee members or from Mr. Levis?
I have one. You know what? I'm sorry. There were actually 2 charter changes brought to our attention, and I didn't speak on the second one. I'll make it shorter. Sorry. The second one was regarding term limits.
We have that document. There it is. Okay.
Oh, hey, there we go. Perfect. I like the first paragraph. I don't like anything else beyond that. The reason I have an issue with the second paragraph is that there is no passage of 2 years because we have staggered terms. So 2 years becomes 4 years unless there's a special election. I think that's unnecessary. But have been and always will be in favor of term limits. I know some are not. So keep pushing this issue forward. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
I'd like to speak on that too. I actually like the term limits. The only thing that I wonder about is, and as a school committee member, and my fellow members, nobody wants to run for school committee. So if we may end up not having anyone stepping up if we're, cut down the number of terms. However, I do agree that, fresh blood all the time is always good. But that's all I had to say about that.
Thank you, Mrs. Kalunian. Mr. Murray?
I wasn't sure if we are going to address these separately, but I wanted to make one last point. And I've kind of stated what my thoughts are. I think, Chairwoman, you've actually made a good point, is that maybe this is something that sounds like you may agree with. I think I agreed with the fact that it may need to last beyond us. And I think Mr. Pearson makes a good comment that may not be fully appropriate for the charter. So maybe it's something that we work in eventually into our operational bylaws as our duties and powers of the school committee, if that is possible. I don't know, Member Pearson, if you can, is that something that you're more familiar with? Is that something you think would be more appropriate if we were to discuss it?
Well, we govern ourselves, so we could always add that to the bylaws.
So that might be something we want to discuss. And so, just something to keep in mind, Kim, is that even though we're kind of, for lack of a better word, shooting this down, I think we hear you, and it may be something that we could put on discussion to make sure that our current practice outlasts us, because I think that's a major concern of me, is that our chairwoman has been very proactive in reaching out, and others may not. And I think we need to ensure that continues beyond us. As far as term limits, I agree with Member Pearson, Member Kalunian, that I agree with term limits. I think that 8 years is enough for anybody. I think it's, how vain am I to think that I live in a town of 35,000 people and I am the only person available or willing to step up. I know for myself, and I'm a perfect example, I was presented with the opportunity because Ann Dixon went to council. I would have never run for school committee, and that maybe that would have been a pleasure to some of you, but that presented itself, and it was a special election. I understand where you are going with the 2 years. I think it's a little confusing to some because we served 4 years. Leaving that door open, I guess, has some value. So let's say I came out of council and there's a special election, or there's something that we could maybe bridge over and I want to go for. I think honestly, right now, bite off the big piece of the apple, which is term limit. Maybe take out that 2 years. I think it's just too much for people to digest. So that's my constructive input. I agree with Member Pearson on that. It just, right now, if you want term limits, get the term limits. Get your foot in the door on the term limits of 2 4-year cycles. Honestly, I think it's enough for anybody to take on. If they want to come back in the next 4-year cycle, then I guess they can. But yeah, 100% agree with the term limits, and hopefully council will see fit to look at that, not only for us, but for themselves as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. And finally, Mr. Florio, do you have comments on term limits?
I have no issue with term limits, Madam Chair. None whatsoever.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Florio. I'm in complete agreement as well. I wish this were part of the charter, I don't know how many years ago. It may have changed me. I agree. As much as I have enjoyed serving for all the years that I've served, I've always been aware of the fact that once you do step down, and I am going to step down and not run again, there will be someone in my district who will come forward, and I will be grateful that someone does in fact serve. I think that giving someone the opportunity, when you finally say, okay, 8 years is enough, then people, will step up and do something. I think the wording has to change a little bit. I think it could be wordsmithed a little better. But I do hope the council does agree with the whole concept of term limits. I think it makes a lot of sense. 8 years, I don't think you can argue and say that, if you serve 2 terms and you leave, that all of your knowledge goes with you, and so the next person starts fresh and doesn't know anything. I think there's enough overlap between the way we do our terms that there's always going to be someone who has some experience on the school committee and or the town council. So I have always agreed with term limits, and I hope this in fact is supported by the council ultimately and does see its way onto the ballot. So that's it for me. I see one hand up maybe. I don't know if that's true, Mr. Murphy.
I think it's still my hand, perhaps.
Oh,
It is.
So I just want to thank you all for taking the time at the end of a very long and involved meeting to give me your feedback. It sounds like everyone's in agreement as far as term limits, and we've gotten other feedback about the 2 years. The only other thing I'd like to say is as far as the other amendment, we are looking to solidify things in the charter that are already being done to make sure that they continue on. And as much as I 100% agree with Mr. Pearson that members of our community should take the time to come and get this information, I've watched a budget get rejected year after year. And so I'm hopeful that the more ways we can find to put information in front of people instead of having them come to find the information, maybe the better off we'll be at the end of a budget cycle when people know what they're spending on and are happy to be spending on it, or at least are rationally making the decision they want to reject the budget. So once again, thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it, and good luck as this budget season continues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. I just want to reiterate as well that I think if it comes from the school committee and our own bylaws, that as we approach, budget season lasts a long time. So we could put some stipulations into our bylaws that say that as we start to begin the budget process as a school committee and as a school department, that there are some things that are reported in that monthly report that we typically do, saying things like, it looks like this is what we're going to need in the upcoming year. And so the public isn't shocked, the town council isn't shocked that we're looking to, perhaps have to raise taxes or whatever it is that we are going to have to go forward with. So I think we can work on those in our bylaws and maybe have some of the reports a little bit more specific in their nature and sort of get around the whole thing about what is actually presented to the council and to the public. So that being said, I guess we can move to 11, our superintendent's report. Mr. Levis.
Yes. So there's two people I want to recognize tonight. And I'm going to start off with Mr. Richard Lesso. Richard is our food service director for Sodexo. He's been instrumental in the summer program, just a great guy. And I found out last week that he's retiring on the end next Friday, July 31st. And I just wanted to take the time to publicly acknowledge it's been a pleasure working with him. I find him very open and honest, and he has a very challenging job. And I just wanted to thank him publicly for his service to Coventry, and I wish him the best. And like I said, I just found out, so I told him I was going to acknowledge him publicly. I told his boss too, Kristen Morello, I was going to do that. So I just want to say thank you to him. And then I think many people, most everybody probably knows by now that Mrs. Andrews, my assistant superintendent, or I should say the assistant superintendent for Coventry, was recently appointed as the superintendent of our neighboring community, Situate. So I wanted to take the time just to acknowledge Lori. She was, I believe, the first person I hired when I was superintendent, and Mr. Cowell was the second. And but I want to thank Lori for we've been here together. So this is going on our 5th year, right? So a 5th year, and I appreciate just the challenges that we faced. I mean, every day is a challenge. I feel like to do this job well, and you need people that you can work with and trust. And I want to thank her, and I'm excited for her. I'm glad that she's going next door, and I'm hoping that we can really work together. I've always said that superintendents, we should be working together, collaborating, and I'm right there with all of them in terms of. But we don't. We get caught up in our own agendas and community. And so here's a good opportunity for Coventry and Situate to really collaborate. So I don't want to take a lot of time. I know it's late. I wanted just to thank Lori, but I really wanted to give the opportunity, obviously acknowledge her publicly. I told her that Don and I are going to take her out to dinner. Have Don get some of the moths out of his wallet in this one. And but I want to just acknowledge. Again, Lori, thank you for all the support you've given me. I kid around a lot, but I know I'm challenging to work with at times.
For sure.
Not often though, Lori, but there are times I can be challenging. And I wanted to, I think we're talking about Lori, Dave. So anyways, I want to give the committee an opportunity and, some of our colleagues an opportunity just to say thank you publicly. I know we're not going to, she won't be going far. Actually, she said it's a little shorter drive than coming here. So anyways, again, thank you, Lori, for everything you've done for me personally and for Coventry. And I just wanted to, again, say thank you. So.
Thanks, Greg.
Okay, Mr. Pearson.
I hope the people in Situate know how lucky they are, because they are. It's no offense, Craig, but this is a big loss for us, because Lori has been doing such a wonderful job and working with the school committee, working with the high school, working with families. You've got big shoes to fill, so you better have a good hire, Craig, for her replacement when time comes. But no, I just want to take the time. Thank you very much for all you've done. You really have been, I think, someone the committee and the school department has been able to rely on as a rock steady force in the administrative offices, and that says a lot. That's you can't even put a value on that. So that's a reminder, Craig, for the next contract. You can't put a value on that. I'm just kidding. It really can't. It's so invaluable, the experience you brought to Coventry, and again, Situate. I hope the people in Situate realize how lucky they are to have you. So thank you again for the time you've put in Coventry. You're always welcome to come back and visit and say hello.
Thanks, Mr. Pearson.
Okay, Mrs. Galunian.
Oh, I just want to say, you know, anybody that would listen, I always said you were one of the hardest workers. You know, every time I saw you, you had your nose to the grindstone and working. And, you know, and that showed what you did with our homeschooling, and you've done a phenomenal job. You've really, you know, you took the bull by the horns and you just went full force for the last 5 years. And James is right. Situate is very lucky to have you, and it's a big loss for us. And I just wish you all the best. I'm very, very happy for you. You deserve this. This is good.
Thanks, Donna. I appreciate that.
Mr. Murray.
I suspect Situate knows exactly what they've gained and the large hole they're going to leave us. So I too appreciate all the work you put in. I know a lot of it is behind the scenes. It's what I call the grinder work, or the boots on the ground work, that is necessary to get the day-to-day operations done. So and that isn't always realized by everybody. So I think we have all realized it. We understand it. It is going to leave a hole, but I look at it as like, you know, it's like gaining a new family member, right? We have a new relationship with Situate. We have a new resource for our district that we can reach out to problem solve and figure things out, because we're not alone. We're in a small state, and we share a lot of the same problems. So I'm sad to lose you in this position, but I know that you're going to do great things, that you're going to stay in touch, that you're going to help us continue to problem solve. And I wish you the very best. And that's a great, you know, I commend Craig for his hires, because he's hired some great people, and you're certainly.
Thank you. Thanks, Luke.
And finally, Mr. Florio.
Hi, Lori.
Hi, Dave.
I almost, when I saw they were appointing you at 8:30 on Monday morning, there was no public comment. I figured I'd call in for a public comment and say, no, you can't go. But I wouldn't do that. God bless you for working with Craig for 5 years. But I'll tell you, you made him look good, and you made yourself look good, because you had a tough position in that you had to oversee the high school and the middle school. And you had to do a lot of crisis management that nobody knew about, except you and Craig, and probably Joe and Brooke. It was a thankless job. And I wish you the best in Situate. I really do. I think you're going to do a great job there. And it's going to be nice to see you out in front, see you being superintendent. And all I can do is wish you good luck, and hope Craig can handle it without you there. He's going to miss you. But you're going to work.
He'll be all right.
Yeah, I think he'll be all right, because
he'll be all right.
He'll still be on the phone with you. He'll be okay. He will be. He'll be all right. So good luck.
Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
My final thoughts, I still, before I start and give my congratulations to Laurie, I do want to mention Mr. Lesso, and if he is on the call listening, or he listens to this recording, I want to wish him the best in his retirement, and that I only heard very good things about him in the district. So, you know, you've been a great person, and good luck and have fun in your retirement. And now on to Mrs. Andrews. I'm so happy for you. I think, you know, Situate is so blessed to appoint you, to get you. You've been a wonderful leader in this community of Coventry. You've done a lot of behind the scenes work that people, you know, don't really even see, but the school committee saw, and we knew how hard you were working. And you know, it's been an interesting 5 years, I'm sure. But I think that, you know, you
What does
helped.
that mean, Ms. Bennett?
I'm not saying anything about you, Mr. Levitt.
All right, okay. I'm gonna mute myself.
That there were some huge undertakings that you took upon yourself, and you had good people at the high school to work with, et cetera, and at the middle school. But you know, you were a force to be reckoned with, and I think you were the impetus for getting some real reform at our high school. And for that, will always be grateful and forever in your debt for doing that. And I don't know what else to say except to thank you so much for your hard work, for always, you know, being someone reliable that we could all count on. And again, you did have to deal with Mr. Levis. I'm only teasing, but I really wish you all the best. I wish we could have had a little party. I love cake, and that would have been fun.
Yeah, no cake,
Obviously,
Craig.
no cake, you know, which would have been fun, you know, and hopefully maybe there are some colleagues of yours that will want to make a public comment, but I'm sure you've heard from everybody by email anyway. And so many people have things. Again, my hat is off to you. Congratulations. I wish you were going someplace that was a smaller commute for you. I still can't believe that you're still, gosh knows how long a commute, but somehow you need to do that. And maybe that's a great thing to be able to sit there in the car and decompress. Because you thought it was tough being an assistant superintendent, just wait. Anyway,
Thanks, Kathy.
Really, the best of luck.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Anyone got it? I don't see any hands raised, Mr. Murphy. Oh, I just saw two. Okay.
And bringing Mr. Wilson in.
Hi, Lori. Can you hear me?
I can. Hi, Brad.
Lori, I just, you know, to kind of reiterate what Kathy said, it stinks under these circumstances that we say goodbye to you when I haven't seen you in like half a year, person to person. But, you know, I've learned so much from you, and, you know, your style is like to the point. I love it. And for somebody like me, laid back, I need more of that. And, you know, it's been great having you as a mentor. And I just, you know, want to say publicly, like, how much you've meant to me, and again, how much I learned. And I wish you the best. And thank you for everything you've done for me personally and for Coventry. And, you know, and people don't see and they don't know what you do behind the scenes, but really advocating for, you know, all the children with special needs in the district. It's been so helpful to have somebody else at central administration. And I know, you know, I'm in a unique position to have you and Craig, who are, you know, old ex-directors of special ed. A lot of directors of special ed don't have that. We're two other people and such power had that shared responsibility. But Laura, I can't thank you enough, and the best of luck.
Thank you so much, Brad.
Can I just say, Brad, Lori's leaving, but you called me old too.
Old.
You still work for me, just a reminder.
Oh, God.
Okay, I'm going to bring Dr. Dixon in next.
Thank you. Mrs. Andrews, I wanted to make a special congratulations to you. You've always worked to increase the rigors of the educational delivery system in Coventry, which we sorely needed, and you did a wonderful job doing that. You were an advocate to increase student expectations, and you always believed that if you set the bar high, the students would respond, and we're beginning to see the result of that. You put a big focus on improving our AP program, and we tonight saw how well that program is doing. You also focused on curriculum work at the high school to eliminate non-college prep English, again, setting the bar higher for our students, knowing that they would perform because we expected them to perform well. You also organized the homeschool program, and you worked on behalf of homeless students. And this is a short list, the shortest list that I know of, and I know that the list is much, much longer. But we've recognized all the good work that you've done to improve the systems by which we deliver to our students the best education we can. So thank you so much, and we wish you well.
Thanks, Ann.
Mr. Martin is next.
Madam Chair, before we continue, can I make a motion to go beyond 10 o'clock?
I second.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? We don't need a roll call. Just put your hand up. All right. I guess it carries 5-0. Mr. Martin, you're on.
Hi, everybody, and I'm sure you're tired and you want to get out of this meeting, but I wanted to publicly thank Lori for working with us and being part of our team. It was an absolute pleasure and a privilege to work with you, and we will miss you very much.
Thanks, Jason. I just want to say thank you to everyone, not only the school committee that's been so supportive of me over these last 4 years, but all the administrators and the staff in the buildings. They really do the hard work. I mean, tonight is sort of a perfect night for this to be my last school committee meeting, because the presentation by the high school around those AP scores just made my heart soar. There's nothing better than when you set out to get some hard work done, and then you begin to see the fruit of that labor. And I always knew that those kids could do that kind of work. And I know that under Brooke's leadership, the high school will continue to move forward. So the middle school has done tremendous work in a short amount of time. I've been privileged to work with the staff that are at Coventry. You have some very talented educators in those buildings, and you're lucky to have them. I feel privileged, and I get to walk away with some new friends. Certainly relationships that will last beyond tomorrow when my last day is over. So thank you to Coventry, to the community, the administrators, for all the support. And I'm just up the road, so I'm not far away. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. And I don't know if I did say that we will miss you. We'll miss you a lot. So, and like everybody has said, if you can come back and visit, that'd be great. But we wish you all luck. You're going to be busy, I'm sure, developing your own plans in Situate for reopening. So I hope you have a great bunch of administrators there to work with, and teachers. I'm sure you do. But your kind thoughts and praise to the people that you worked with are well noted. I couldn't agree more. Thank you. Mr. Coward, did you want to say something?
We can't hear you, Don.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. I guess my headset died. I just wanted to say I worked very closely with Mrs. Andrews over the last number of years. We were kind of partners in crime. We split a lot of the work, and we overlapped a lot. And I learned a lot from her, and I wish her the best of luck. And if she needs anything, obviously, we're just a few miles away.
Thanks, Don. A little slow on the mute button.
Internet's not really slow tonight. So I guess we can move on. I don't see any more hands raised. So we get to number 12, which is citizens' comments. And I think probably everybody's had their say. And we're down to 35 attendees because everybody's decided they wanted to go to bed. Anyway, I'll give it a once, a twice,
And I think we can go to 13, which is to schedule the next meeting. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that the next virtual meeting of the school committee be scheduled for Thursday, August 13, 2020 at 6 p.m.
Second the motion. And instead of getting a roll call, can we just raise our hands? That looks like a 5-0. Donna?
Got it.
You got it, all right. And the adjournment, I have 10:04. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that the meeting be adjourned at 10:04 p.m.
I second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everyone. It was wonderful to
night.
see everybody. Good night. Good night.